Good morning, California. Good morning, staff. Good morning, commissioners. It is 9:30, January 27th, 2021, day two of the January 26th of the meeting that began January 26th of the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. I am your rotating chair, Derek Taylor, along with the vice chair, Pedro Toledo. Can we call the roll, please, Ms. Sheffield?
Commissioner Toledo? Commissioner Turner?
I'm here.
Commissioner Vasquez? Commissioner Yee?
Here.
Also here.
Okay. Commissioner Ahmed?
Here.
Commissioner Kutagawa?
Here.
Commissioner Anderson?
Here.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Here.
Commissioner Fornashari?
I'm here.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Here.
Commissioner Lemons?
Here.
Commissioner Sadwani?
Here.
Commissioner Sanai?
Here.
Commissioner Taylor.
Present. Thank you. As a preview and review of where we left off on the agenda, we stopped, if you're following along, we stopped at agenda item number 6, the Deputy Executive Director's Report. What is important to note for those that are following along is that today at 10 a.m., we're going to have a panel for agenda item number 12, the Economic Sector Panel. Also, for those following along, it is important to note that tomorrow at 10 a.m., we're specifically going to address agenda item number 13, the Language Access Recommendations by Commissioner Kutagawa and Commissioner Fernandez. We're now going to open it up for public comment. Christian, can you make the announcement, please, and invite in our public for comment, please? Thank you.
Certainly, Chair. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the Commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. The number is 877-853-5247. When prompted to enter the meeting ID number, it is provided on the live stream feed. It is 976-7934-9222 for this week's meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press pound. Once you've dialed in, you'll be placed in a queue from which a moderator will begin unmuting callers to indicate you wish to comment. Please press star 9. This will raise your hand for the comment moderator. When it is your turn to speak, the moderator will unmute you, and you'll hear an automatic message that says, "The host would like you to talk," and to press star 6 to speak. While you are not required to give your name, if you would like to, please spell it for the record. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and again, please turn down the live stream volume. There are currently no callers in the queue, Chair.
Thank you. We'll give a moment for the live feed to catch up to us. So we'll give pause. I thank all the commissioners that joined us that are up north that decided to hang out instead of fixing their fences and getting all the trees out of their yards and streets. So we know we have some unusual weather conditions. So thanks.
I'll just comment that I haven't had electricity since yesterday, so I've been displaced.
There are still no callers in the queue, Chair.
Thank you, Christian. We'll give it another minute or so. Mm-mm-mm. Mm. All right, commissioners, we do not have anyone in the queue waiting to speak. So we have a few moments before our panel joins us. And for the sake of continuity, we do not want to start with the Deputy Executive Director's report, as there's going to be a lot of interrelated topics that is going to run that longer than the 15 minutes we have before our panel. So I would ask, Freddie, go ahead. Director Seha, go ahead.
Oh, no worries. Mr. Chair, we can present the communications report. It's fairly short.
Sure, great idea. If you can fit it in, absolutely.
So since my microphone is working, I'm going to take full advantage of that. Wanted to give commissioners and the public an update with regards to our website. The past 2 weeks have been grueling. We've been going back and forth between the California Department of Technology and Nation Builder, the host that would be taking care of our site. It's just an issue between the two being able to port one from the other. So we're still figuring out solutions. We get emails back and forth every day, so don't think that we're not on top of this. We are. It's actually, I lose sleep over it every day because I'm like, this should have been done a long time ago. So fear not, we will have a solution soon, and we'll report on that accordingly. The other thing that I wanted to share with you now is a posting schedule that we came up with in the communications department, and we vetted it through the outreach staff as well. So I'm going to share my screen. And this is to give you an idea of how frequently we're going to be doing communications activities. So you know what we'll be doing on a daily basis. Can everyone see my screen? Yes? Okay. So as far as media relations is concerned, I plan on doing editorial boards with a few commissioners February through March, where we'll be talking to editorial boards throughout the state, pretty similar to what you'll be doing out in education sessions. Just this is who we are, this is what we do. Be on the lookout for the work that we're going to be doing between these months and the final deadline for when we have to certify the maps. One-on-one meetings with reporters. We plan to do that continuously. Pitching of stories, that will mainly be my function, trying to get coverage for the work that we're doing, trying to find angles so that reporters cover what we're doing. So I'll be doing that daily. Media alerts and press releases, I want to do this once a week. So have one major announcement go out a week in hopes that we'll get coverage for the work that we're doing as well. Press conferences as needed for major announcements. So once we select the line drawer, I would hope that that'd be newsworthy enough to have a press conference or any other milestone as significant as that. Being on television, having a commissioner or one of you on television twice a month is our goal. In print media, at least twice a month. On the radio, at least once a month. And these are at least. So this is not where we plan to stop for any of these milestones or goals. As far as the website's concerned, we want to do updates to the website daily so that content is fresh and that people have the latest information and don't have to dig around for it. And hopefully even the documents that we share amongst ourselves will be updated on the website so that we have one place for all of us to go. Content sliders on the website, if you remember, there's 3 content sliders that keep revolving. That can be used for pertinent information to catch the visitor's attention. Say we have another, like the RFA for outreach grants, that would be a great place to place it so that people see it as soon as they visit our site. And those content sliders can change as needed when we have other updates. We do want to do an events calendar on the website. So I know in our conversations about outreach, we have been asked to let the public know when we're going to be doing redistricting basics presentations. So we want to, as you start securing those, we want to start including those on the calendar so people know where we're going to be presenting, and so that they can log on and see you all doing your work with our community partners. And as far as social media, I'm so grateful that we have Ceci. She'll go into detail about our social media platforms. But Facebook, we plan to post 3 times a day. Twitter, twice a day. Instagram, 3 times a week. And YouTube as needed. Once we have videos, we have a videographer that we just put on contract. So we'll start chatting with him on Friday about the layout of our initial introductory video, and then a shorter 30-second or 1-minute video that we can use for our website and social media. And then in addition to that, we're going to start doing smaller 30-second videos and vignettes to put on social media to get our word out. So those will be housed on YouTube as our content as well as our website. And then social media ads, we did carve out a budget to do this. So prior to each community input meeting, once we start gathering community input, we want to start publicizing that on social media. So that will take money to do through ads, advertisements. And we also wanted to use those monies for general public relations and increasing our audiences. Right now, our channels are somewhat lacking in audience. So we want to build those up so that our voice can reach deeper into the state. And as far as e-blasts, we want to do a newsletter once a month, recapping what we've done the prior month, keeping the public informed. And as far as announcements, we'll be shooting e-blast as needed, as we've done with RFPs or any major announcements. And then videos, because we do have a videographer, we want to aim for once a week shooting out an educational video or something that keeps the public's interest at large. So this is what we're tasking ourselves to do for the remainder of our time together. If you all have additions or changes or suggestions, we can chat about that, or you can email me directly if you have ideas of other things we should also be focusing on. We value that input, and we'll integrate it into this plan. And I'll stop sharing so you can see your audience, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. 2 things. One, I realize that you've said that those are only minimums, but I really would like to pitch for a higher minimum on radio in areas such as this. Radio is probably the best way to reach people out here. And it is very important. There's a lot of radio listening going on where there aren't newspapers circulating, for example. So I really want to pitch for more focus on radio. Second of all, thank you for sharing the media list for our outreach zone. It's not complete. I mean, our radio station in Joshua Tree is not listed. Our newspaper in Yucca Valley is not listed. So I don't know where that list came from, but there are holes in it, and I'm happy to share with you all of the research that I've been doing into media in San Bernardino and Riverside counties. And I would encourage colleagues also to do as much as possible to help Freddie build out the media list so that we really do have a comprehensive list. Thank you.
If I may, we do have we do have the subscription to Meltwater, which is a media monitoring service. So I did pull together a media list for you, Commissioner Kennedy, for San Bernardino, Riverside, and then I plugged in Palm Springs. So maybe I need to add additional cities to capture the audience that you're going for. But if other commissioners would like a similar media contact list, please send me over the cities that you're targeting and I can pull that together for you.
Are your headphones working? Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you. This is great. Thank you, Freddie. And I'm like you, I always write at least, hoping to do more. And what it might be helpful for all of us as we're thinking about our zones is if you're from that zone or as you're talking to folks, finding out what are the different, the best vehicles. Like in San Diego, I would say our local neighborhood papers get read a lot more because they come directly to our houses versus others. And so those are just the little pieces that are really helpful, as well as, yeah. So, but I think all of us can help with that. I had a quick question for Cecilia, since you are our social media, when you do Commissioner Ahmad and I are doing a Facebook Live tomorrow. Is that the same as Zoom? Will it look like Zoom, or what will it look like?
So you're going to do a Facebook Live, like just a regular video? Is that what you're asking?
I think so.
Yeah, so it's not the same. I mean, you can integrate them if you'd like. You can integrate Zoom and then have it go live onto Facebook Live, which I recommend. I'm happy to kind of go with it over. The main difference between Facebook and Zoom is that you can allow for commenting. So you have to monitor the comments too. You don't have to, but you can respond to them later. But I'm happy to kind of go over it with you to see what the, I guess, game plan would be and how you'd like to address, any comments, whether you'd like to address them live or with whether you'd like, which is probably preferred, or if you'd like to answer some of the comments post the live video. So I guess it requires a little bit of planning and just kind of being comfortable with what some of the things that may come up.
Cecilia, oh, I'm sorry. Cecilia has a short report on social media, so whenever you're ready for that, just let her know.
Absolutely, go right ahead.
Okay, so actually, there's two things I'd like to provide an update on the media training. So I'm developing a curriculum with Director Ceja. We wanted to do a training session, so there'll probably be at least 2 training sessions that you can sign up for. Just kind of basics, especially for some of the commissioners that are either comfortable and just need a little refresher, or with some commissioners that are completely new, or it's been a while that you've worked with media interviews and the like. So then after the training, we're going to set up one-on-ones where we can record you, kind of provide feedback, give you a little bit of suggestions or adjustments that you might want to consider. On social media, we have 3 social media accounts. I saw in the chat that you asked about LinkedIn and TikTok. For now, we have Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. They're all at We Draw the Lines CA. I will send you the handles directly in an email just to encourage folks to share with friends, colleagues, so we can expand our online presence. I can definitely help with that for some suggestions. For example, with Twitter, I went ahead and followed reporters to build rapport with reporters so they can follow us back, kind of keep on in the know of what we're doing on a regular basis. Same with Facebook and Instagram, follow folks or ask folks to become friends with our pages or like our pages so we can develop that online presence. And so we are planning, I have a content calendar specifically for social media. So some planned content and then some spontaneous content that, kind of arises. Like, for example, yesterday, someone wanted to know how to watch the video on the live stream. So we went ahead and posted that, things like that. But if there's an article that maybe you're mentioned or an article that you really like and want to make sure that it's on our social media platforms, feel free to send it over and we'll be happy to share it. But I'm always open to feedback. If there's something that you'd like to see, like a Twitter or, like a LinkedIn or a TikTok account, I'd be happy to explore that so to see if that works for us.
Commissioner Yee.
Thank you for this excellent work. It's really exciting as it starts to come together. One bit of feedback from Zone B up in the upper northeast of the state. We heard that some people actually do rely just on snail mail. Out of reach. Not really using online things, not even out of reach of radio. So postcards, direct mail may be targeted when we do specific outreach events and community input meetings in regions like that. But it sounded like that was fairly important.
Commissioner Kutagawa.
Just out of curiosity, and I'm sorry if I missed this part, but is ethnic media included in, or is that just kind of like just generally you're just talking about media? But and I'm asking about ethnic media because I know certain communities do, to Commissioner Kennedy's point, certain communities do rely, more on like radio and TV versus like print media. So I was just curious if that was already included in as part of your overall plan.
It is definitely, I think, living in California, it's hard not to include ethnic media. But I will dig up additional ethnic media list and then run those by the commissioners to make sure that we caught everyone. And then lastly, if I can, I'm sorry, for Facebook Live. Facebook Live is in addition to whatever Zoom meeting you're on. So it's used as a way to publicize your meeting on someone's Facebook account. So what we want to get into the habit of doing is having all these meetings that we're hosting go live on our Facebook site so that people that are online see, oh, you're going live, you have an event going on. And likely when commissioners are presenting at an organization's meeting, we can also go live and share that on our site, on our Facebook site.
Commissioner Kutagawa.
I just want to follow up on ethnic media, Director Ceja. I just want to particularly note in the Black refugee communities, the Pacific Islander communities, and I'm also, while Hmong is not going to be one of the statewide recommended languages that we're including, I do know that they're also a community in which the oral traditions are very important. And so I know that radio and TV are important to all of those. And so we can, I think with all of our different contexts in our zones, we could try to identify what the appropriate media would be for those communities. But I want to particularly make sure that we include or have some kind of plan for radio and TV for those communities.
Thank you. Any other questions or final word from Director Seha?
No, just thank you so much. And we'll have a longer discussion on collateral materials in the Outreach Materials Committee.
Thank you very much. So, commissioners, we are at 9:56. I see that one of our guests has joined our panel, so I will turn it over to Commissioners Fornashari and Sinai for the economic sector panel.
Yeah, thank you. Let's see, I'm going to start with a little context here. So we've, the outreach team has brought in folks from various community-based organizations that we've heard from, and thought it would be a good idea to hear from various sectors, kind of an education opportunity for the commissioners to hear from various sectors out there, so that when we go out and receive public input, we have a foundation of understanding of the perspective of these various sectors. So as we have what we call the economic sector panel today, might be better termed business sector panel. And as Commissioner Vasquez yesterday mentioned, we're bringing in a labor sector panel. We're thinking about a housing sector panel, education sector panel. Next time, environmental infrastructure panel, where we talk about water, transportation, and environment. So we're just looking, kind of broadly at what are the sectors who would be interested and impacted by redistricting, and so we can have an opportunity to hear from them and what their issues are, again, before we go out and begin to receive public comment. So, and in planning these education opportunities, it's a bit challenging, right? Because who do you pick? They're huge, right? Especially in California. So start with this business panel. We chose three organizations that we kind of thought would be representative. The Chamber of Commerce, the California Farm Bureau Federation, to represent ag, which is a big part of the economy, and then the Silicon Valley Leadership Group, which is an organization that represents the tech sector in the state. Certainly there are a number of sectors we're missing, or business sectors we're missing, but we had to settle or choose three, and we thought this was going to be pretty representative. So I'll start by introducing each of our panel members, and then turn it over to them. They'll take a few minutes to introduce themselves a little more deeply, and then talk, share their perspectives with us. So the first panel member we have is Martin Wilson. I think he goes by Marty. He's the Executive Vice President of Public Affairs for the California Chamber of Commerce. He's been involved in California politics for almost 40 years, worked with election and re-election of a couple of governors, senators, and ballot measures and public affair campaigns. We have Justin Heyer. He's a Vice President of Government Relations for the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. He's done a lot of work in the Assembly, managing bills through the legislative process, and shaping communication strategy in the state assembly. And then we have, I am so sorry. I've lost Mike Zimmerman's bio here. I had it up and I killed it. So Mike, I'll let you introduce yourself.
That's okay. There's nothing good on there, and you can't say anything bad about me now.
Okay, well, why don't we start with you, Mike? Thank you for joining us.
I'm Mike Zimmerman. I'm the political affairs manager for California Farm Bureau Federation. Excuse me. We represent over 30,000 farmers and ranchers across the state. I've been here since 2018. Prior to that, I had a 20-year or so career in the state legislature, and also served as a political consultant for candidates up and down the state and across the country. First off, I want to thank the commission for reaching out. I was somewhat involved in the 2010 process because of my role as chief of staff to the minority leader at the time. We were involved in the selection of commissioners. So I'm aware of what you all are doing. I appreciate the willingness to reach out to important sectors of the economy like agriculture and the others that are here on the call today. So on behalf of our members and our
Uh-oh.
I think Mr. Zimmerman froze.
Yeah, we seem to have lost Mr. Zimmerman. Marty, are you there?
I am.
Maybe you can go ahead and introduce yourself, and we'll wait for Mike to come back.
Okay, hopefully he unfreezes soon. Well, thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Martin Wilson. As Commissioner Neal indicated, I'm the Executive Vice President, Public Affairs for Cal Chamber of Commerce. Just briefly, the California Chamber of Commerce is a business services, compliance, and advocacy organization. We have more than 14,000 private sector employers from all parts of the state and all sectors of the economy. We've been around for more than 125 years, and we'd like to think of ourselves as the voice of business in California's capital. On behalf of our 14,000 members, I'd like to say thank you for reaching out to our organization. This is a very important process, one that we take seriously. The job of drawing the political boundaries for the legislative, congressional, and Board of Equalization seats is very important. As Mike indicated, and I'll echo, we're not new to this process. We were actively engaged in 2011 when the current maps were drawn, and Cal Chamber was an early and ardent supporter of Propositions 11 and 20, which is what brings us here today. You have before you a tall order that will at times seem to be an almost impossible task, but we're confident you're the right people for the job. We at Cal Chamber stand by to assist you throughout this important process. The California Redistricting Commission's outreach plan correctly views communities of interest that, among many factors, includes the sharing of common social and economic interest, where people work and in what types of business is a critically important consideration when you get about drawing the lines. Employees and business owners have many shared interests, including how they get to and from work, whether they have sufficient employment opportunities to provide a true skills marketplace, as well as access to the same sources of news and information. We hope that you'll take these into consideration when creating maps. We believe that Cal Chamber is uniquely positioned to assist the Chamber or the Commission in its efforts to solicit input from the various economic players across the state. As I stated, we're a statewide organization, but within our network are over 200 local chambers of commerce that we will encourage to bring their perspective to the process and speaking for the businesses that they represent in their communities. We're committed to encourage these local chambers to engage and become active in the process. In addition to the Cal Chamber Network, there's also a California Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, which we spoke about the other day in a preliminary call. And I've reached out and spoken to their chairman, Mr. Robert Gutierrez. He was very involved in the process in 2011. The Hispanic Chamber of Commerce in California has more than 90 chapters. And so we hope that they'll be involved and bring their unique perspective to the process as well. And speaking about this process, it's our observation from 10 years ago that the Redistricting Commission's public input schedule may have just been a little too ambitious. Too many meetings maybe shed more heat, but not a lot of light. And it's important for the commission to convene regional meetings in a virtual format, but not be weighted down by the lengthy process. The most valuable input that will come when the tentative maps are presented. Something for your consideration would be to develop draft narrative justification plans for public review at the same time these draft maps are released. This will assist the public with the understanding of the maps, especially the descriptions of communities of interest. Seeking input from cities and counties will also assist in offering insights into communities of interest. As I've reminded our local chamber colleagues, these local entities are going to go through their own redistricting process and will certainly have useful data to share with the commission. Among the many insights they will bring to the table may be how to avoid the unnecessary splits of the counties. In the 2011 Senate maps split 2 counties among 6 separate districts, creating several districts that just defied logic. And I bring this up, and I think Mike will echo it as well, and perhaps Justin. I bring this up because it's my day job to actually use these maps and understand these maps to help elect members of the California legislature. We are bipartisan with regard to our political activities, working equally hard to elect both Democrats and Republicans to the Senate and Assembly. Fairly drawn legislative districts are critical component to ensuring that the greatest number of Californians have their voice heard in the Capitol. Again, thank you for allowing me to be here with you today. And if there's questions later, I'm happy to answer. Thanks.
Hey, Mike, you back with us?
I think so, yeah, and I apologize for that. Like I said, I'm having to connect into my mobile hotspot here, so if there continues to be issues, my apologies, but I will try to get through a real quick presentation and be available.
If you continue to have issues, you can there should be a call-in number on the invite.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, if that happens again, then I'll call back in. Thank you.
Okay.
So again, with California Farm Bureau Federation representing over 30,000 farmers and ranchers across the state, when we talk about outreach to agriculture, is one of the largest economic sectors in the state. It's not hard to find us. So our organization is made up of 53 county farm bureaus. 53 out of the 58. We do have some counties that are that have joined together to form one regional farm bureau. Our members, stand at the ready to help you all make decisions when that time comes on communities of interest and things like that. Our county farm bureaus are similar to the structure that we have here at the state level. We have elected boards and membership in each county. So our folks will be available to talk to you wherever you go in any part of the state. Our plan is to make our members, our board members, county leaders, executive directors, things like that, available to you for discussion and testimony when that time comes. So you can always use me as a resource to help find those folks once you start, reaching out across the state and holding, whether they be in person or virtual meetings. We will make sure that we have those people available to you. So California Farm Bureau obviously is just one ag organization in the state. There's a whole lot of them. We like to obviously think of ourselves as the best, of course, but there's also commodity groups. So folks that are interested in, whether it be California Citrus Mutual or dairy or Western growers or organizations like that. I certainly don't speak for them or their desired level of involvement in this process, but there are, to any sector of the ag economy, there are folks that can speak with you. Also, water obviously is a very important issue for us. There's, elected water board members across the state and in every region. There's water organizations up and down the state, some that are headquartered here in Sacramento. We would encourage you to talk with those folks as well. One of our biggest things is basically making sure that everybody understands. I know one of your charges obviously is communities of interest, that there are ag communities of interest. So there are obviously certain parts of the state that their economy is, relies heavily on ag. Some of those obviously in the Central Valley, also in the Central Coast, down in Imperial County. Those places obviously, rely heavy on ag. So when we talk about communities of interest, understanding that there's, demographics and things like that as well, but making sure that the voice of ag is heard during this process would be invaluable. And also understanding that ag is not, we have these umbrella organizations, but there's obviously different needs depending on where you are in the state. That can be north versus south. That can even be east versus west. And sometimes those dividing lines really are pretty sharp. The difference in what's needed or what's wanted in San Joaquin County can vary greatly from what's wanted in Stanislaus County, and obviously those are neighboring counties. So understanding those differences and the wants and needs and challenges of ag in those areas is of critical importance. When we talk about communities of interest, one of the districts that I talk a lot about, and I'm not here right now advocating for any change. This is just an example that we use in the ag community right now, and that's the current. And again, I apologize. I'm sure you have access to maps, but I had a slide ready for you. Senate District 12, which is portions of Stanislaus County down through the Central Valley, and then it goes over into the Central Coast, into San Benito and Monterey. One of the things that's talked about with that district when it relates to ag is that people point to it and say, well, it's all ag. It's all the same thing, when in fact it's really not. What we grow in the Central Valley is vastly different from what's grown in Monterey and San Benito. The types of crops that are grown, the water challenges that you have in Monterey and San Benito are much different than what you have in the Central Valley. So those are the types of things that we hope to be able to work on with you and answer those questions as you get, to Marty said, you really start to get these draft maps and things going. If you're interested in keeping those ag communities of interest together, those are the types of things that we would like to discuss with you. And then also, one of the other things obviously is, ag sort of versus this urban and suburban creep, I guess, that's happening up and down the state because of our growth. Understanding, of course, that that's going to happen. You have to find population somewhere to create a district. We know that, but understanding, again, if you have certain ag-based economies in certain areas where that population, say Fresno, for example, which is, largely an ag-based economy, trying to keep those communities whole as much as we can so that ag can be properly represented. Again, we're prepared to follow this process all the way through with all of you and be a resource to you, whether it's myself or our elected board members or county officials. If we can ever be of service to you moving forward, please do not hesitate to contact us, and thank you again for having me today.
Thanks, Mike. And last but certainly not least, Justin. Thank you for joining us, Justin. Go ahead.
Thank you, Neil. We really appreciate the outreach the Commission's done with our organization. So just to give you a little brief on who we are at the Silicon Valley Leadership Group, we're a business organization that was founded around 40 years ago by David Packard of Hewlett Packard. And the nexus behind our organization is that we bring together the senior executives and CEOs from our member companies to discuss Silicon Valley as a whole, its infrastructure needs, its economic needs, and how to make it a better place to live and work. And so we represent about 350 member companies that they range from everything from the big tech giants, as mentioned, to high-tech manufacturing, to including even major sports teams, hospitals, anyone that is an employer in the Valley and has a footprint there. And so to give you some perspective on what this actually looks like, our members provide collectively 1 in every 3 private sector jobs and contribute more than $3 trillion to the worldwide economy. Our members do make up a large nexus of how the Bay Area is seen if you were to pull it out as its own as a country. Let's say you have a GDP that would rival, nations in terms of how large the economic output is of the valley. And so we really appreciate being a part of this conversation, just because the employers obviously have a large stake in this matter. But additionally, I just want to emphasize that when you look at a place like Silicon Valley, and I'll get into some of my comments and then just open it up for questions along with Mike and Marty at the end. But if you look at a place like Silicon Valley, it really is so much more than just San Jose and Santa Clara County. I know there's a great representation on this commission from the Bay Area, so I apologize if I'm reiterating anything that folks already know, but the 9 counties that make up the Bay Area have a workforce that extend even beyond those 9 counties. So our workforce for our member companies they live as far east as Tracy. They live as far north as Santa Rosa. They live as far south as Salinas, and really commute into the Bay Area and make up this large economy. We represent, a lot of local elected officials. We work in tandem with them on our public policy priorities. And so, I want to just put this all out there as a way to make ourselves available as this process unfolds to continue discussions, because our member companies really are engaged on a lot of different fronts. One thing I'll note, as you're looking to engage businesses, particularly in the sectors we represent, most of our members tend to be larger companies that have very sophisticated government affairs teams. These people are happy to engage in conversations like the one we're having today, and provide feedback that you're looking for. So please use them as a resource. I've noticed, and one thing I want to give props to the commission is it seems like you guys are really doing a lot more proactive outreach this year. I've seen way more communication than I did, 10 years ago, just in the broader sense, as well as the individual communication that has come from commissioners like Neil. And so, just a couple thoughts as heading into this meeting today. We as an organization are exist to kind of put together, collate, and collaborate the thoughts of our members on whether it's pieces of legislation or local public policy or initiatives that are happening at the state or local level. We gather folks, we're constantly meeting with our member companies and having them deliberate and take positions on things. And so when it comes to soliciting feedback from an organization like ours, one thing that I've noticed that I just want to throw out into the ether for everyone to take into consideration is that, we'll have, like, say there's a public comment period for whatever commission we're going in front of. A group like SVLG will come forward and say, hey, our members have met, we've discussed, here are some of our thoughts. And say there's 25 people that participate in that public comment that day. We, as an organization that represents 350 member companies, will be counted as one voice alongside 24 other maybe members of the public. And I'm all for public participation. I think it's great, and it's the foundation of what we're doing here. But I just want to note that when a group like ours or the Farm Bureau or Cal Chamber comes forward, it really is a voice of it's a collection of groups, and we're doing all the legwork of going and speaking to our members, soliciting their feedback, and then condensing it in a way that's hopefully useful for you all. So, please use us as a resource. We're constantly convening roundtables. I'm really thankful that, Neil and Patricia have both offered their time to come speak to our members, and whether that's in a more informational setting of just passing along information or soliciting direct feedback through a Q&A. Our members appreciate it. They're willing to engage in this front. And, I think today's panel on this very issue is indicative that you guys are really looking for more and broader business participation, which is a good thing. So thank you again, and happy to answer any questions you have.
Well, thank you all for that. We'll turn it over to the panel or to the commission at this point to ask questions. Commissioner Taylor, do you want to facilitate this, or would you like me to?
I can, Neil. Go ahead. I can, Neil. I got it.
Okay.
Any questions from the commission? Commissioner Fernandez.
Actually, well, kind of a question, but I did want to thank Marty, Mike, and Justin. This was a very good presentation, and it really does open it up in terms of what's out there, and it's just, you know, the start of it. I wanted to reach out to Mike just a little bit, only because I am from the Delta area, so I am the ag, very familiar with ag. So I'm glad that I'm hoping you'll take advantage of some of our educational opportunities in terms of if you have meetings and you want us to present. And actually, that's also for Justin and Marty or Martin. I'm not sure how you want me to go, however you want me to call you. But I think it's great. I mean, it just really, I appreciate you being here. And it's been educational for myself, although I am very familiar with the Farm Bureau Association because that's kind of where I live. So thank you again. I appreciate the information. I hope you'll take advantage of us going out there and speaking to all of your clients. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate that. And, you know, in the Delta, obviously the tunnel issues and the water issues that I spoke about. Obviously we have differing opinions in our membership and beyond. So I know you're very familiar with that.
Commissioner Anderson.
First of all, thank you all for the panel. This has been great, and it's a good smattering of a variety of different economic interests. If you all could please send your contact information to Commissioner Fornaciari, so we can all actually reach out to you. I actually am with Commissioner Makutagawa, have what's called zone. Let's see, G, I think it is. Anyway, it's the Mono, Inyo, Alpine, Amador, essentially the gold country, and over on the other side of 395, and the other side of the Sierras, I should say. And so I can tell that, you know, who's putting their hats on and go, yes, we have people out there. We need contacts in those areas because it's, as you know, just thinking of the variety from the gold country across on the other side of the Sierras, radically different areas and very different interests. And so if we could get a little contact information from you, that would be great. And then Justin, also with the Silicon Valley, I know since I live in Berkeley, I'm intimately familiar with everything your group does. But I'd also like to know in terms of contacts across the state, because I know everyone tends to think of Silicon Valley is just in Silicon Valley, which clearly it is not. And so if you could kind of use your organization to help us, give us contacts in all our different areas of the state, that would really, really be helpful. Because I think some of us might not even be aware of the resources that your three groups have. So we may not know to reach out to you. So if you could please give us a little bit more information, you can funnel that through Commissioner Fornaciari or any one of our directors. So thank you very much for the presentations.
I'll speak for myself, but I think this applies for Mike and Marty as well, but we'd be happy to provide that contact information. And please do look at us as resources that you can use throughout this process to facilitate those introductions. We're happy to make them.
Yeah, I'll echo what Justin said, and it's a great question. And I think when we think about the representation of the business community, our chamber network, they represent chambers of various sizes. We have a very large, what we'll call a metro chamber. It's in San Francisco or Fresno or San Diego. Yeah, and Sacramento has a metro chamber just down the street from us. And then we also have a lot of local regional chambers. So in that, you need outreach into the business community up in the gold country. There'll be a more regional organization that's unique to that area.
Yeah, same goes for the Farm Bureau. We have members in every county. So even in those far-flung places like Inyo, Mono, and others, that can help you guys navigate the interests of those communities. We'd be happy to do that and are prepared to do that. So,
Commissioner Sinai.
What I'd like to do so that you all don't get bombarded by 14 of us is Neil and I will put together a packet to send to all of you on where you can find the contacts and your local contacts, just like we did with the Census Bureau and community foundations, and United Ways were the ones that we kind of went through. So the chambers, and we'll also get a list of the ethnic chambers and special interest chambers, because there are a lot of chambers in San Diego. I know we've got the LGBT chamber, we've got the Black chamber, the Hispanic chamber, as well as the API Asian chamber. So we will create kind of a cheat sheet for you all so that you can try to find your local contact and make those outreach efforts.
Commissioner Sadwani, and then Commissioner Yee.
Thank you. And, thank you both of you for putting together this great panel, and my appreciation to the panelists for coming today and sharing with us. I found that really helpful. And I think Commissioner Sinai, the comment that you made about the various chambers really was touching on the piece that I kept thinking about. Obviously, California is the fifth largest economy in the world. And of course, the economic interests of the state are an interest for all of us as Californians. We have, however, as a commission, spent a lot of time thinking about our outreach strategies to various hard-to-reach communities. We are also very well aware and received training just yesterday on our obligations, both through the state constitution as well as the Federal Voting Rights Act, to ensure that our acute attention to communities who have faced historical discrimination. As all of you were talking, it really kind of brought home that there's this intersection, I believe, between the various organizations that you represent and the people who are actually a part of the businesses. My husband, for example, is a business owner. He's a part of his local chamber, I believe, for the City of Industry down here in Southern California. But he's also a business owner of color. And I am interested to hear from you all how that intersection between the representational interests of the business community coincide with your members or with the workforce of your members. I know, for example, Justin, you were talking about San Jose and the broader reach of Silicon Valley. Certainly, those are very diverse communities. What advice perhaps do you have for the commission as we move forward, weighing all of these really important considerations when it comes to drawing?
Commissioner, I can take a stab at answering it. Again, I'm probably going to sound like a broken record here, but use us as a resource, because one of the things that we are focusing on as an organization is diversity and equity issues. And so our member companies are deeply involved in this. We just launched an initiative that's called 25 and 25, where our member companies are taking a pledge that by 2025, they'll diversify 25% of their executive leadership for underrepresented communities. And if they've already meeting that goal, they can then take it to a further 25% by 2025. And so these member companies, this is a board-driven initiative. Our board is incredibly diverse, and they're very focused on this specifically because we as an organization look at these as not just the moral imperative, but also business bottom line issues. There's study after study that show that when you diversify your workforce, it increases your profit margins. And that's a language that all businesses speak, and it's a language that actually speaks to, again, the moral imperative of what we're working on today. So this is an issue. I mean, we have an entire staff team that is focused on diversity issues within our member companies and their workforces. And then obviously, as it relates to the community, you look at a place like San Jose, and there are very specific, even neighborhoods that are heavily, one demographic or another. And the folks we work with on the San Jose City Council, within the community, the other organizations that we partner with, these are all part of the conversations we're engaged in. So if there's any specific questions on that kind of front, anytime you want to reach out, if we don't know the answer, we can at least direct you to someone who can. So thanks for bringing that up. It's a really important point.
Yeah, I'll echo what Justin said, and in that Cal Chamber also has a very diverse board. It's on our website, and certainly has several initiatives to help our companies understand diversity issues and integrate people of color into their workforce, and we do a lot just in the training area. That's frankly one of the hallmarks of what Cal Chamber does in terms of training the workforce on these kinds of issues. In that you need more specifics. There's people in our organization better able than I to talk about what we do and how we identify people that avail themselves to these services.
Thank you. I'll echo what they said. That's a fantastic question. Thank you for bringing it up. I mean, our workforce, feeds the world, quite frankly, and it's something that's very important to us. I mentioned earlier, the challenges that you all have in understanding the different layers of communities of interest, right? I mentioned just ag as an economic community of interest, but obviously our employees and owners, growers represent different communities. There's obviously challenges in that within our workforce. We have language barriers. Obviously, we have in certain areas very heavy Latino populations. Some of the areas I mentioned, Central Valley, Central Coast, Monterey, San Benito areas. It's all very important to us, obviously, and I think that once you layer all of that together, you can start to understand a little bit better the challenges that face these communities. So we're happy to help facilitate those conversations with any other organization in those areas to help you all better understand what really makes us go. So thank you for the question.
Commissioner Yee?
Yes, thinking of the 2011 maps and the 10 years that have passed since then, I'm just wondering if our panelists would like to highlight any changes in the state's demographics or economic sectors that they want us put a seed in our heads to think particularly about as we think about the 2021 mapping process. We haven't started doing any mapping yet. We haven't drawn any lines, but would welcome any thoughts you have on particular developments or regions or communities of interest that have developed in the intervening time that you'd like us to think about.
Well, I kind of, touched on it briefly, and I mean, in terms of the maps and having to, my livelihood, I guess, for want of a better word, is dependent upon, who represents which district, and we clearly come at it from the perspective of the employer community, and our friends in labor, will have different perspectives, but. I think the way I looked at the maps early on, from in the Assembly, in the House, where House representatives were less involved, there seemed to be logic to it. But the Senate, I think, was a problem. It's part of it is a challenge because you've got 54 congressional districts, but only 40 Senate districts, and so that's a lot of population. I sort of analogize that you've got 10 pounds of information that you got to put into a 5-pound bag to try to make sense of that. But I think that, putting a little bit more time into the Senate seats is important. Certainly something that you might consider is nesting, where you have 2 assembly districts and contained within 1 Senate district. There's things like that that the commission should consider. I'm not saying that's the way to do it, but otherwise, it was my view that the commission in 2011, for the most part, did a fine job, and we've been able to function and stay in business, throughout this process.
I agree with Marty. I would also say that, I understand the challenges, particularly when it comes to ag communities, because there tends not to be, as much population there. So the challenge that the commission has in certain parts of the state, obviously, is keeping keeping communities together, whether it be whole counties or cities or whatever it is, but also finding the population to make a district, right? So you look at some of these districts in the far, northern part of the state, and you have assembly members and senators that represent, 5+ counties that have varying interests, right? So that's a challenge. I think population growth in the Central Valley obviously has maybe changed so much that there's not as much of a need to maybe go into the Bay Area counties to find that population. So East Bay, for example, obviously large growth in Riverside and places like that are around heavily populated areas, and whether it be Los Angeles or Orange County, that can largely, probably stand on their own now because they're large enough. So I just think you have, with the population growth in certain areas of the state, you have an opportunity maybe to keep some counties and areas whole that maybe the previous commission didn't. And we're happy to discuss that moving forward as you guys start to draw these maps.
Thank you.
I don't have too much to add just because I wasn't involved in this process 10 years ago. But what I will say is that something I noticed during the COVID pandemic, we shut down the economy overnight. And if someone didn't know their elected representatives, which most of our members did, but there were some that weren't acquainted with them, they got acquainted with them really quickly. And so I was constantly providing the chain of command of here's your city, your county, your state individuals. And I quickly realized that there's a lot of, in the Bay Area particularly, you might have a headquarters here and a manufacturing plant here. I'm dealing with like 5 different sets of individuals that they need to contact. And so just again, Marty kind of touched upon the nesting component, but it does make things easier if constituents are able to reach out to the same set of individuals to get these questions answered. And I noticed that during the initial shutdown last spring, when all of a sudden everyone was clamoring to understand the definitions of essential businesses and an essential workforce.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, I have a question. I'm often looking for the practical or the how. And I know that you guys have vast networks of constituents and people, but how are you best pushing out the information you deem important to your member groups?
We have, obviously we work through our county organizations. We also have a weekly newspaper called Ag Alert that goes to all of our members, and even some non-members are subscribers. So we use that. Obviously social media. And then on the advocacy side, I run a program called Farm Team that we use to inform our members on, and so they can comment on legislative issues, both state and federal. We've also used it to discuss. We actually reached out to people to apply to the commission, as a matter of fact. So we use all those resources frequently and have found good success. And I mentioned in our meeting last week, our smaller group meeting, that those resources are available to the commission as well. If you guys need to use those as part of your outreach, we'd be more than happy to facilitate that. So please don't hesitate to ask.
Yeah, similar to what Farm Bureau does, Cal Chamber, we have a weekly advocacy call with our local chambers. Not all 200 plus are on it, but a good representation of that. Certainly 50 to 60. Our next meeting is set for February 11th, and there's not a lot of legislation to talk about, so the expectation is we'll spend a lot of the time talking about this process. As Mike indicated, we were very involved early on and encouraged our local chamber network to have people submit applications to be commission members, and then also we have a newsletter called the Alert, and so we communicate on a regular basis with our membership, our full membership, plus a few additional companies through that process.
Nothing much to add from my end. You know, we utilize newsletters, social media. We have monthly convenings of all of our member companies are welcome to come to a meeting we call Working Council. A lot of updates are given to them there. We have obviously board meetings and constant communication through our various little committees that we have that focus on specific policy areas. In addition to that, we host roundtables almost weekly, it seems like, with various speakers. And I'm hoping that one of the commissioners can come forward in front of our group in this spring so that we can have that kind of Q&A session with our members. And if anything, it will facilitate introductions with member companies that are interested in engaging with you guys further.
Thank you. Commissioner Anderson?
Thank you, Chair. This is actually a little bit more for a little information for all of you, and not just you, but any of the other groups who are listening. You're mentioning that, yes, you're very interested and you want to participate, and you're really waiting until we start. You said, we'll really be able to participate once you start drawing lines. I'd like you and all of your groups to realize we are actually reaching out now. We are looking for your communities of interest now. Well before we start drawing district lines, because we actually have, there's what's called a COI tool that the statewide database has developed through the legislature, has had them develop it for us to collect on a map for your communities to actually draw. And then that's I believe, I might ask Director Seha to confirm that, but the connection is on our website to this tool. It should be actually going completely live with the proper census geography, I think, like in a week. And your communities can go onto this and draw where they are located, wherever they are, how big, how small, because that's the information that we actually need. Because of the census data is, as you know, being delayed, things are being delayed. By the time we actually start drawing with districts, we hope to have almost all of your communities of interest already on maps. And then the process will be much easier. Then we'll all look at it when we do our drafts. You'll all go, yes, our groups are here, they're already here, or oh, okay, now there are little tweaks here and here and here. We're hoping to get our communities involved at a much earlier point. 10 years ago, they didn't have this luxury. They essentially, all the communications and all the drawing of every single type started all about the same time. And there was a lot of, as far as the commission was a little concerned, there were a little, we wish we'd had more time to go back and redraft and make some changes. And so what we're trying to do as the full commission this time is to move as much of the communities of interest and how much of that mapping ahead of when the census gets here, because you already know where you are. You already know where your districts are, where your farm interests are, where your different communities of all the different types. So that's a little pitch for, please don't wait until the draft maps get out here. Please get involved early. And if there are any questions, please ask them. And if our director Seha could just kind of confirm location of that COI tool, please.
So the COI tool will have its own web address, and it will be linked to our website, but it is not yet. It will be. Yeah.
I think we have maybe a couple of weeks before that's totally really going to be live, but please look for that.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other questions from commissioners? Gentlemen, if I can convince you to perhaps hang on, we have a couple of callers in the queue. And if they're related to this agenda item, maybe you'd be able to answer those questions if they're relevant. So please stand by. Christian, can you invite in public comment for agenda item number 12?
Yes, Chair. Stand by. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the Commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted to enter the meeting ID number, it is provided on the live stream feed. It is 976-7934-9222 for this week's meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press pound. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press star 9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you'll hear an automatic message that says, the host would like you to talk, and to press star 6 to speak. If you would like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak. And again, please turn down the live stream volume. As a reminder, callers, if you would like to give a comment, please press star 9.
Thank you, Christian. We will pause for a few moments.
We do not have any callers that wish to comment at this time, Chair.
Chair Taylor?
Yes.
While we're waiting for any callers to call in, I just would like to offer to Marty and Mike, if you would like to invite a commissioner or two to come speak with your groups, we'd be more than happy to do it. We're putting a presentation together. We should have that together in the very near future and be ready to go out and have conversations early next month, I guess, at this point, early February. So we'd be more than happy to join in with any of your kind of standing meetings. Might be the best way to go, but we'd be happy to do it. And Justin is going to schedule a time for us to address the Silicon Valley Leadership Group too. So we're looking forward.
In our case, and I was contemplating that when I talked to our group in February, is the best opportunity I think for you to engage is going to be at our local chamber meetings, and so I am going to suggest that if they want a speaker from the commission, it's can be somebody that's local or however it works best. But I think it would be tremendous to have representation at these meetings, because they have regular meetings. Cal Chamber only has a quarterly board meeting, and then our calls.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, we have regular board meetings. I think we discussed it on our last call, Commissioner. Regular state board meetings, and then obviously monthly county board meetings. And I will reach out to our folks to see if we can get something on the schedule.
Okay. Well, it might be a way for us to, especially through the Farm Bureau to reach and the chamber to reach into some of these more remote, smaller population counties to begin to get some connections into those counties. So, thank you.
Can you educate me real quick? I apologize. What are the requirements in terms of Open Meetings Act and things like that? Does it have to be? Can it be one commissioner? Does it have to be several commissioners? What's the process? What's that process look like?
Yeah, it's a good question. Excellent question.
Commissioner Snai.
It you can have 1 to 2, it depends how many commissioners you need. The best is just to share your needs, and we'll make sure to get it to Marcy Kaplan, who will help kind of facilitate that process. She's here if she wants to wave, but we'll make sure we will work based on your needs and design something that meets the needs of the commissioners. We cannot talk about the actual lines. This isn't an opportunity to talk about lines. It's to talk about the bigger picture of what is redistricting and how you can get involved.
I think the other thing too, I just want to make it, I understand that there's certain rules that you all have to follow with public notice and things like that, and whether those meetings are available to the public. Obviously ours are member only, so I just want to make sure we're avoiding that conflict. So
I think we'll make certain, and our chief counsel will make certain that we conform to those standards. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? And we have no no callers, no public comment related to this issue. I personally, on behalf of the commission, would like to thank you guys for your presentations, continually to shape our decisions. It is much appreciated.
Thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it.
All right.
Yeah, thank you so much for your time and for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Our pleasure. Thank you.
All right, commissioners. So we are at 10:52. This would be a great time for our break, and then we could come back in 18 minutes. How about come back at 11:10? Oh, hang on. Commissioner Kennedy, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. This was a great opportunity to hear from these folks. Thank you to the organizers for putting this together. It occurs to me, would we benefit from a panel from say one county government, one city government, and one association of governments, like Southern California Association of Governments, a county somewhere and a town or city somewhere in the state, just to get their perspective on redistricting? Thank you.
Commissioner Sinai.
Yes, that's a great idea. We via Twitter and other places, we're getting all these, how about a panel on this and that? So please do continue to share with us your thoughts on what will help us as a group be better at listening and engaging and understanding the intersection of different sectors and communities with redistricting. And we will also, Commissioner or Chair Taylor and I are working on an active listening workshop and a bias training as well. So we're just trying to use this time to make us aware of all the different intersections. So please do email ideas, thoughts, what's keeping you up at night type of, hey, this could help me really do my job better. And we'll do our best. We've been trying to be careful not to inundate our agendas with too many different panels. So we're balancing the two.
One other
Go ahead, Commissioner Kennedy. Go ahead.
One other question. At the I guess the second January meeting, we had said that we'd be developing a speaker request form, and then we had a call yesterday saying, where is the speaker request form? So I'm just wondering how we're doing on developing a speaker request form and making it available.
Deputy Executive Director Hernandez.
Yes, I'll be addressing that specific topic in the Deputy Director's report, probably after our break.
Correct. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? All right, so we ate up our extra time. That's funny. I will take a break and return at 11:10. Oh, welcome back. It is 11:10 to the January 27th, Day 2 meeting of the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. Before I turn it over to agenda item number 6, the Deputy Executive Director's report, I specifically want to send a shout out to Patricia Sinai, Freddie Cejas, and Cecilia Reyes, who are following us on Instagram. I wanted to make certain that the world knows our Instagram handle is at We Draw the Lines. So our Instagram handle is at We Draw the Lines. Our Twitter handle is at We Draw the Lines. That's what our Twitter handle is. And our Facebook handle is at We Draw the Lines California. We Draw the Lines CA. Those are our handles for our social media. And with that, I'll give it to Deputy Director Hernandez.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I know you guys have been waiting long for me to report on some of these things, so I will not delay it any longer. I first wanted to start by thanking all of you for the hard work that you have done and that you are doing, commissioners and staff, and also want to thank you for your patience with staff and your understanding as we go through this process. So some things are in the works, and I'm going to talk to you about those. First, I wanted to talk about the strategic outreach plan. It now reflects the outreach zones that were changed from the last meeting from 1, 2, 3 to A, B, C. So we have that. We've also made some minor edits throughout the document. Notably, the Outreach and Engagement Subcommittee and I added equity language to Section 2 goals, introduction paragraph on page 2. This was mentioned also by a caller yesterday regarding equity. So the lines read as follows. The Commission is intentional in creating a process that is accessible to all and creating maps that equitably reflects the voices of California's diverse population. The Commission has identified target considerations for outreach in the goals below and will assess the impacts of these considerations throughout the entire redistricting process. So I just wanted to make note of that. We've also made another change under the phases, and that will soon come. I just made that change yesterday after talking with Commissioner Anderson in regards to receiving the census data. So the last paragraph in phase 3, page 8, reads, during this phase, the Commission will receive the census data to work with. The public meetings will begin in March and continue through May. A more detailed schedule of the public input meetings will be provided to the Commission at a later date. So those are the most notable edits to the outreach plan. Okay, I also wanted to address Commissioner Turner's point about deliverables. And on page 4, strategy 4, activation, we do express our interaction with our grant partners. We address how we would use the grant making process to leverage our outreach partners to encourage and support individuals and community groups to participate and be heard. So that's one of the deliverables. Then we continue on and say that the Commission will work together with the granted partners to promote community meetings of public input and equip the communities that they serve to participate, among other activities. So that would be the deliverable 2. So I wanted to point that out. As I mentioned in the last meeting, this is a roadmap for the staff to use and follow moving forward. There will be pivot points or changes to the plan as we move forward, depending on what happens. So as those changes come up, as those pivot points come up, I will be sharing them with the commission to either make a decision or just to inform. Either way, I will let you know what is going on with the plan. I did want to ask the commission to consider how we move forward with our educational presentations as well as our public input meetings down the road, given when we might receive the census data. Do we spread out the educational presentations or add more educational presentations? How are we going to move forward? That's important as we start scheduling things out, where we're going to, or how we're going to do that. So I wanted to just point that out and ask for your consideration on that part of it. At the next meeting, as Director Dan mentioned, we're going to be providing you with a budget plan. Along with the plan, we're going to provide a more detailed schedule with the full process, including the public meetings, through when the commission actually submits the final maps to Secretary of State. At this point, I would like to ask the commission to consider a conceptual approval of the strategic plan so that the staff can use this to move forward. Also wanted to address some of the other things that are working behind the scenes as part of the plan. Marcy and I are working on the formal process for scheduling the Redistricting Basics educational presentations. We have a speaker request form, Commissioner Kennedy. It is ready. We'll be sending it out shortly, and once our website is up live, our new website, I should say, we're going to post that form on the website as well. Now, the unique thing about this form, and I got to give credit to Marcy, is that as you or the community organizations fill that information in, it auto-populates into a spreadsheet. So we don't have to input that information again. And it just makes it easier for us to track and collect that information on a regular basis. We are going to ask that as the commissioners, as you have more contacts, receive more contacts, that you provide that information to us. You can either enter them into the speaker form, or if you'd like, on a weekly basis, send us those updated contacts. I know many of you have already sent that information over to Marcy, and we have that spreadsheet available for you to take a look at and update or input your information if you'd like to do that. I want to remind you also that we are here to support you and assist if necessary to reach out to the community groups. But keep in mind, it's Marcy and I. That's it. So we will do what we can to help in outreach to those outreach zones, provide contacts if we have them or look for them. And so we're going to ask also that you consider blocking off specific timeframes as we move forward so that we can schedule things and make sure that you're available for the presentations. So you can provide us that information, or we'll do that on a case-by-case basis. But I think it would be ideal if you had a specific block of time that you allocated for possible presentations, the Redistricting Basics presentations. We will need to request and coordinate with community-based organizations to record the Redistricting Basics educational presentations, as most of these will be virtual, or I should say all of them will be virtual. It should be easy to do with the various platforms, Zoom, Google, WebEx. I'm just finding out about Facebook Live and how we're going to do that, but I believe Cecilia said that should be an easy fix as well. When we receive these recorded videos, we are planning on posting them on our website. This will ensure transparency for the commissioners and the commission. So just a reminder, these are educational presentations not intended to be for public intake. Should someone want to provide public input, we're going to refer them to the COI tool, email, or in the future, our public input calendar of events so that they know when the public input meetings will happen. Now, This is just to make sure that we're able to get through these presentations. We've also recently met with our community partners to talk about outreach in general, and we'll continue to have ongoing meetings. You heard from a few of them yesterday in one of the panels. So we're going to continue to have those outreach meetings just to talk outreach and how we can best reach some of those very unique community-based groups, so that we're doing our best to have the commissioners participate in that effort. And also, as Dan mentioned, we'll be looking to hire outreach staff as outlined in our strategic outreach plan. I have noted Commissioner Sadwani's recommendation for onboarding, and we'll be developing an onboarding plan for any of the new hires that we get, so that they are up to speed and ready to go as soon as possible. You'll be hearing from some of the other subcommittees later today, and I'm finding that many of our subcommittees intersect at various different points with the outreach plan. The materials obviously will have a number of documents that you'll be reviewing later today that are part of the outreach plan. Likewise, we have the language access subcommittee that will be providing some information, and the grants committee that you heard about from yesterday. Let's see. I believe that is my report. Any questions?
Thank you.
Kennedy? Yeah, sorry.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. On your first question, talking about our calendar, and Commissioner Taylor and I will sit down and be talking about the Gantt chart more broadly. But, you know, from my personal perspective, I think that February and March for educational outreach will hopefully see us make contacts that we need to make throughout the state. We've heard from one or more people who I think have a good sense of the status of the census, that we're not going to see the census data anywhere near the time that it was originally scheduled. And I think we need to be taking that into consideration in the Gantt chart and in our overall planning. So my thought is that if we focus on the educational outreach in February and March, that we then go big on collecting communities of interest input in April and May, and perhaps even into June. As Commissioner Anderson said earlier, there's no reason that we need to wait for census data to collect communities of interest input. So I would say starting the 1st of April and until we get the census data, our focus needs to be on collecting that communities of interest data. The second point, I really don't think that we're doing ourselves any favors by waiting to put a simple speaker request form, even if it's just a PDF, on the current website. I look forward to having it on the new website. I look forward to having it auto-populate a spreadsheet, but you know, we've promised this for weeks and we're not delivering. So I really want to suggest that a simple PDF speaker request form go up on the current website today if possible, and let's get this going. As far as outreach staff, I think this is going to be very helpful to us. I would presume to speak for other commissioners with outreach responsibilities here in the southern part of the state, and suggest that we might need more staff support for the southern part of the state than other parts of the state. So if you were planning on hiring one for North, one for Central, and one for South, I would say, let's at least think one for North, one for Central, and two for South. The final numbers, I leave it up to staff, but I just want to suggest that those of us with outreach responsibilities in the South could use. We'll certainly be placing a lot of demands on staff for this support. Thank you.
Director Seha?
Commissioner Kennedy, what we can do in the meantime, in addition to posting that speaker request form on our website, is also blast it out to the members on our database and just let them know, hey, we're here, we're ready to do education sessions, and here's a link to request a speaker. That was already in the plans, but we'll do it immediately.
Commissioner Sadwani?
Sure. I just wanted to provide an update. And first of all, thank you, Deputy Director Hernandez, for all of this great work that you've done to advance the outreach strategy. I actually just moments ago, breaking news, received an email from Karen McDonald at the statewide database. She said she is currently in a meeting of the NCSL and received a census update from the census spokesperson, Kathleen Stiles, that reapportionment data sent to the president, to the federal government for reapportionment, will not now occur until April 30th, 2021. This date typically is December 31st. And so this obviously represents a massive delay. The expectation is that it'll be about 3 months after that reapportionment data is sent that states will receive it. And as we have discussed at other points in time, the statewide database will likely take about a month to prepare that data for the commission, including the prisoner reallocation data that we have asked for. So I just wanted to provide that as an update as it relates to the strategic outreach plan. I very much concur with Commissioner Kennedy. We can most certainly still go out and begin our COI outreach meetings or input meetings or whatever we want to call those prior to the release of census data. But hopefully this gives us a little bit of a better sense of the actual time frame that we can expect data to arrive.
Could you repeat the second part of that, Commissioner Sadwani?
I concur with you.
Thanks for the PL 94-171.
Yes, so that will, if the reapportionment data is sent April 30th, it'll be about 3 months after that, that it will be sent to the states. The statewide database will take about another month to prepare that data for us, particularly to do that prisoner reallocation component that we've discussed.
Thank you. And I think if we were to just work on that time frame, that puts us somewhere towards the end of the year. If we just put it in the box of what the normal time is, given we got the information at the beginning, at the end of the year, we received it by April 1st, and then we had it out by August 15th. Just that box of time frame would push this out to the end of the year. Commissioner Fonshari.
Yeah, wow. So doesn't sound like we'd get the data till September. Okay, wow. So I don't know if I missed it in the report, but what's the status of going out and posting for the jobs for the, what are they, outreach coordinators or whatever? Sorry. And I agree with Commissioner Kennedy. We might want to add an extra one in Southern California.
Executive Director Claypool, do you have a response?
Yes, I do. So we were waiting for this meeting to make sure that we knew who we were hiring for in a couple of areas. But for Field staff, we're already working on the job descriptions and duty statements, and those will run through finance and administration. And then we are also looking at the assistants to them and the outreach coordinator. Those are areas, those are positions we knew we were going to have. And then the only other one that we're looking at right now are will be the grant manager, and that will be a decision based on what types of, what grant route the commission takes. So that's, we have the job descriptions in the pipeline, and coming out of this meeting, we'll go ahead and start posting up and looking for people to fill those positions. But that will take, just one last thing, remember, then it's posting, getting the, getting the applications, doing the review, so they won't be hired. It'll probably take, it would be a month at the best before we could bring those people on.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai, then Commissioner Fernandez, and then Commissioner Lamont.
I've got kind of a multi-part piece, but let me start with, I thought the point of hiring Ms. Kaplan was that she was going to be the grants manager, and now we're hearing that we might be hiring someone else to be the grants manager. So that's just one piece. If that can be addressed, and then I can ask my other questions.
You're correct. The only thing would have been if we would have gone to a multi-pronged, to doing an in-house and had many grants, then it would have taken more than Ms. Kaplan. But if we go to a third party, then I'm assuming Ms. Kaplan will be the person who handles the grants, and we won't need that position.
Okay, thank you. Just a few things. Since we, I've been, from day one, I've been thinking of scenario planning and how things shift. And with the 3 months, it's looking like it's a 3-month shift. It's more than a 3-month shift, but let's not limit outreach and the public education piece to just 2 months. I think that we need to be doing that all the way through. And anyone who wants to understand, we want people to understand redistricting so that they can do a better job of submitting their COIs. And so communities of interest. And so I do feel, I don't want us to just put a hard stop and say, okay, in 2 months, everyone's going to know what we're doing. They're not. Remember that the census did it for a whole 9 months ahead of time. So this is really giving us an opportunity to really do that civic engagement, civic education piece that we had been talking from the beginning. So if we can make sure on the Gantt chart to put a little bit of time. I think goal 3 fell off of the plan that was posted online. It says goal 3, but nothing's coming up, and it might just be that that's the way the PDF looks. I think staff, we really need to think through how we're going to open our conversation. We keep saying community partners like we have. The meetings have been with one group that is a closed group that has invited staff and the outreach committee to participate, but there are other groups who want to be engaged also with us on that community outreach. And I'm really afraid that if we don't get that figured out on how we make a public meeting for community out folks who are interested in having those conversations, we're missing out on a lot, and we can set ourselves up for trouble. So that piece, I think, really needs to be thought out a little bit more. That's it.
Can you explain?
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez.
Oh.
Just for in terms of goal 3, it actually is. It didn't get cut off. It's on page 3 on the top. Although you see strategic outreach plan, that's the title on each page. So it just kind of continues on to the next page. That wasn't my comment, but I just want to touch on. I might be a little bit too sensitive, but in the outreach plan, we continue to use the word citizens to inform citizens. And I think I'm a little sensitive to that. And maybe I want to use residents, because people view citizens as a different meaning. Some people view it as citizenship. And what we want to make sure is that we want to be inclusive. And so maybe if we can replace citizens with residents or some other word that we just say counties or individuals. That's just one comment that I had on that. I agree with Commissioner Sinai. I don't think we need to limit our educational presentations to just 2 months, because those can actually occur at the same time that we're having our input meetings. Because it's just a 1 hour or 15-minute just to inform them of it. And the other benefit, obviously, is we'll have the COI tool by then. So during our presentation, we can actually show them how to use a COI tool, and then they can provide their own input. And the only other thing is I hear Commissioner Kennedy in terms of more help in the South. I do know in the North, we're going to be very challenged because we may not have the numbers. We do have the mileage in the area, and there's a lot of hard to reach places that we don't know are out there until we actually get out there. So I guess we have more land versus people, but it's still going to be a huge effort on the north side of it. So I think those are all, and thank you to Executive Director Hernandez and his group. I know Marcy's involved, and Cecilia and Freddie. Just thank you so much for all the work. And yes, you guys have been working on probably about 5 different subcommittees. So thank you for being so responsive. And you guys are just great, and you're killing it right now. So just keep it up. Thank you so much.
Executive Director Hernandez, do you have a reply?
The question I think was answered. Thank you.
Commissioner Lamont.
Good morning. I just wanted to weigh in. Some of it will be redundant. I agree that the outreach education should continue until we can't do it anymore. So no end date on that. I echo Commissioner Fernandez's position about the North. I think that's rather than people necessarily maybe rather than us looking at these new hires from a geographical point of view, I mean, it's fine that they can have some geographical affinity or expertise, but that they be flexible so that it's not I only work on the South or the Central or the North. That might help as we get a better understanding of what those needs are going to be. So I would encourage us to think about it in those terms. I'm encouraged by the census update, by the way. As opposed, I'm not disappointed by it. I'm encouraged in that for the time that we've been together, it's been a lot of what ifs and possibilities, and this may happen and that may happen. And I think we're getting closer to a clearer picture of a timeline. So I think that's a very good thing. And while Commissioner Kennedy has been reminding us for months that we have this latitude to go until December 31st, well, there it is. We have it, and we can utilize it. So I think this is good in terms of bringing some clarity, and to the degree that it impacts the Gantt chart and our outreach timelines, I think we actually get to benefit from some of that time that the 2020 Commission had that we were slowly kind of losing in a way, at least feeling like the on the ground part. So I think that this has given us that opportunity to really maximize that additional time. So I think it's a really good thing that this is starting to come together and we can move forward accordingly. So I think the only task at hand is to look at our timelines where we might have been being more conservative with the August date in mind, that we can be a little less conservative at this point as we're starting to see a clear picture. Is we should be receiving that census data around early September, late August at the probably very earliest. So I think that helps us. And I'll echo the other commissioners' gratitude to the staff for the work. We waited a long time for Deputy Director Hernandez's arrival, and he has hit the ground running. And the team that has been brought on subsequent have done the same thing, and they're doing a lot of heavy lifting And I think that they're leveraging and maximizing all of the wonderful work that was done by the outreach committee as well, who did a lot of pre-work that I hope really, I know, made their jobs a lot easier. So the final comment that I'd like to make is with regard to promotion. I agree with Commissioner Sinai in that there has been in our conversations this sort of presupposition that all of these community groups are just at our fingertips somewhere, and one day we're going to flip a switch and we'll have this flood of community groups lining up to help us. And I think we'll be in for a rude awakening if we continue to think that way, and that some real outreach effort is going to be necessary to those groups. I know we've talked a lot about outreach as it relates to the residents and the groups of interest and communities of interest, et cetera, but in terms of community partners. And this might be maybe an opportunity for us to look at doing some radio spots, some podcasts, some different ways of news ads, small ads in local papers, et cetera, getting the word out about those partnerships and really inviting those community groups to learn more, come to our website, come to our meeting, whatever the message is that we really want to get out there. Because we're not on, if we would probably look at who's viewing us, I would imagine it's probably a small audience. So let's think about how we can get the word out, and maybe some of the communication strategy that we heard earlier, some of that immediate focus can really be on getting the word out through the channels that Director Seha mentioned earlier to get those community groups signing up and lining up. And I just wanted to acknowledge and thank Commissioner Anderson for her appeal earlier to the public. So I think that was a great distinction you made in sort of how the process worked 10 years ago and how it's working now. And people, I think, from what we've been hearing, do have sort of in their mind, they're waiting on us to get to a particular juncture in order to move. And I thought that was a very important message that you brought earlier. So I just wanted to echo that as well. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Miriam?
Just a minor clarification. The current decision from the California Supreme Court allows you to extend your time till December 15th, not the end of the year. So if you think you're going to need additional time, that would require going back to the California Supreme Court for extra time.
Commissioner Kennedy?
And thank you, Mary. And that was the first point that I was going to make. The second is we also need to pay very attention to one other part of that ruling from last July, which is immediately after the writ of mandate. So the two provisions, there's the statement, if the federal government transmits the census data to the state later than July 31, 2021. Well, that says to the state. It doesn't say that that's when the commission gets it. So we're talking about a situation where the data may come to the state and the clock starts ticking, but the statewide database has the data for the first month, and we're limited in what we can do during that first month. We don't enjoy any additional federal delay, in other words, an extension beyond the 15th of December, unless the data arrive to the state later than the 31st of July. So if we're talking about a 3-month delay from the end of April, that's essentially the 31st of July. So we can't count on any additional federal delay, and therefore we can't count on any additional days added on past the 15th of December automatically under last year's ruling.
Thank you. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Anderson?
I do see Director Hernandez hand up. If he wants to go first, he might be talking about the same thing I was going to say.
Thank you. I wanted to go back a little bit to another topic. So if Commissioner Anderson, if you were on the same vein as what we were talking about, I'll defer to you for right now.
Great, thank you. Yes, all of this, and I'm glad all of the commissioners are indeed speaking up and mentioning this date. I did have the privilege of working with Director Hernandez about the dates because of the line drawing and how that actually proceeds in a linear fashion. And the idea of trying to figure out, okay, if it does get pushed, it's going to get pushed. What would that look like? And so there are sort of numbers and dates that sort of could almost reflect the strategic outreach plan. But as the group looks at dates, they become hard. And so Director Hernandez really sort of said he'd like to talk about the content of the plan and actually possibly do the actual dates, flesh out the dates, and then for next week. So everything we said is great. It is going to be taken into consideration. And you're absolutely right. So what I'm hearing so far is, thank you, Commissioner Kennedy, for saying the 31st of July, December 15. There is still a possibility that we can make that if that happens. And I just say, we're kind of working on that. However, if it does go past that, it's going to take 3 months for us to start drawing and then get maps out there. Because of the time frame and all things considered. So just to think 3 months, absolute minimum. Maybe here and there, but they're in terms of extending everything. I believe Director Hernandez was indeed talking about continuing the education. He just didn't talk about the dates. He had to pin it to something for this presentation. So just to say the dates and the update to the Gantt charts and everything, which I owe Commissioner Kennedy, it just hasn't happened until, say, next week. So if we can go back to the content of the outreach plan, I think is what I'm basically saying.
Deputy Hernandez, do you have a response?
Oh, thank you very much, Commissioner Anderson, for sharing that information. And yes, I do plan on providing a much more detailed schedule or timeline for the next meeting, depending on what is decided today, essentially. But we'll have the current timeline and the revised timeline, if you want to call it that, given the data will be at a much later date. I did want to go back to talk about the educational meetings versus COI meetings. I want to make sure we're careful about that. The whole premise for the redistricting basics is to provide information in a presentation format, Q&A about the presentation, but not to collect public input at that time or at those meetings. Should we have COI meetings, I believe those are more input related type meetings. So those would have to be calendared, posted ahead of time and open to the public in a much broader fashion. So on that topic, I do want to defer to to Ms. Marshall, our Chief Counsel, to provide us some guidance in that area to make sure we're on the same page. I don't want us to confuse those two moving forward.
Just briefly, as Mr. Hernandez stated, there's a big difference between educational meetings and the community outreach meetings. The community outreach meetings are actually reaching out to the public to obtain input. At the educational meetings is merely just the CRC presenting to the public or presenting to whoever happened to be the audience what our purpose and goals are. And so just to sort of give you a legal understanding, when it comes to 1 or 2 commissioners conducting an educational presentation, for example, at a non-CRC event is not subject to Bagley-Keene. And so if there's, I don't know, if there's any questions that anyone has about that, just, speak with me directly. I know sometimes things may vary a little bit depending on the situation, but the goal of these meetings are, at least for the educational, is not to obtain public input, just merely just to present CRC's position.
Thank you, Commissioner Farnashari, then Commissioner Toledo, then Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Toledo, then Commissioner Anderson.
I'm very comfortable with the strategic outreach plan as it's laid out. Conceptually, it makes sense in terms of the goals, the strategies, the objectives, and is very comprehensive. It's a living document that will change and evolve over time. I'm just, in terms of, my understanding is that we're looking for an approval of this plan. Is that correct? Are we looking to approve the plan as a conceptual living document that will have modifications over time?
Yes, that is my goal. Just so that we're secure in that this is our current plan. We'll adjust and change as needed, and we'll provide that information on any changes that need to be made to the commission at a later point when those pivot points come up. But it just is something that I can feel more secure that everyone is on board, on the same page. We have the same mission. We're speaking the same language. And that's really why I would ask that the conceptual approval versus this is, again, a living document. So it will change. It's inevitable.
Thank you.
Executive Director Claypool, do you have a response?
No, but I do feel like we need to discuss just a little bit further how these educational meetings may be perceived by the public. And I listened very carefully to our Chief Counsel's discussion, and I believe that is our intent. However, I also believe that others may believe that that these meetings can very quickly turn into a public input meeting. And I will bring you right back to your panel. Your panel didn't go a minute before it turned into public input. You were receiving information that would have impacted your decisions on how you might draw lines. So it comes back to the question of whether or not these meetings that you're going to go into should be calendared. And by that, I mean a 14-day calendar, whether there's a requirement for it, and whether or not, because you might be able to receive or have some redistricting matter similar to the one you had taken in, whether or not we need to consider that you are taking that in outside a public meeting. I'm not sure about the Bagley-Keene, whether those meetings do or don't fall under Bagley-Keene. I'm certain that our Chief Counsel believes that they do not, but I just believe that, similar to what Commissioner Sadwani said yesterday, when she said, if we have money, this is where we get sued. Well, I'm going to go out a little further and say, no, this is where you get sued. This is where we have to be very, very careful that we are, making sure that the public knows what is said by the commissioners and what kind of information they're receiving during these educational meetings. And two, that we have adhered to all of the requirements that keep it as transparent as possible and keep you as safe as possible. So I just think that we need to consider that and consider, we've already heard from the individuals that we're working with in the legislature that they are very interested in how these meetings will occur and want to know exactly what's being said in them so that they can satisfy for themselves that they are not, in fact, meetings where you are taking input. And I think we just need to have a firm decision as a commission as to exactly how we intend to move forward with these meetings, so that the public can weigh in on our plan. That's all. Thank you.
Commissioner Anderson, then Commissioner Vasquez.
Thank you for that, Director Claypool. And that sort of is actually, that's a perfect analogy. We're almost where I was going, but not quite. Because I was wondering the distinction as when we've already said, when we're at a meeting, we're talking to someone, they say, hey, I want to do, you say, that's great. Please submit this to the commission, and give them the websites, things like that. My understanding was that is still, that's okay. It isn't like, oh no, this meeting should have been should have been public noticed, because we're not actually taking the information. We're telling them where to go to input the information. And I was thinking in terms of the specifically the COI tool, the COI tool is indeed for input. But there's a huge difference between like an educational presentation of that. This is how you would use that. This is how you would go about access. This is its website. This is that sort of thing. Versus actually taking when we go. Well, I think let me try to be very specific here. When we are going out to collect public input, whether it be just the COI tool or also with the line drawer, those are indeed public input meetings. That's what we're there for. But if we're doing education, and part of the education in their presentations is also a COI tool presentation, and we would only answer clarifying questions, what's the line there? And that's kind of directed, I think, at our chief counsel. or whoever.
In regards to the line of questioning, I'm sure that Communications Director Sejas and Deputy Director Hernandez has a plan to manage those questions or anything that may cause the event to go not as planned or not aligned along the way they would like to have their presentation. One of the things that I did mention in regards to the educational presentations, what's great about the situation here in terms of limiting, well, right now we're limited to Zoom meetings or meetings online or, over some type of, technical medium, is that we can mute. But prior to that, there's going to be some type of statement that will be made in regards to the fact that this is not an input meeting, and if you do have questions, they'll refer you to different places, including the COI to submit those particular questions. But actually would defer to, again, Mr. Sejas and Mr. Hernandez in regards to their plans to handle those type of issues.
So one of the things that we are planning to do, and this is where, we're going to be very direct with the organizations that we're coordinating with, is to ensure or at least ask that they understand this is an educational presentation, not for public input. So getting that clarification with them, that understanding is going to be key. Secondly, as the presentation begins in the script, there will be that language, again, indicating to the audience that this is a presentation for educational purposes, not to collect input at this time. When the Q&A begins, that will likely be reaffirmed and mentioned a third time, potentially, so that the audience understands this is Q&A specifically for the presentations, not to provide direct input at that time. And so the commissioners will be able to redirect them to the COI tool, to an email address that we have available, and to our calendar of events where they can see when our scheduled public input meeting will take place.
Commissioner Vasquez, then Commissioner Sinai.
So two things. One, I think this is why, for me, in terms of presentations that I will be giving, I think I asked in our last meeting that we work to try to have staff present at as many of these meetings as possible. I don't have a strong preference as to who, but that commissioners, in my opinion, really shouldn't be flying solo on these presentations. And an idea. So the example I sort of think of in my head is that there's nothing, if in a different world we were out and about, there's nothing stopping anyone from sort of like interrupting my grocery store run with like a, hey, you know, an advocacy moment, right? Like, oh, that's my commissioner. I'm going to go tell them I want my lines here, here, and here. And my understanding is it's perfectly acceptable for me to go, thank you for your comment. Please submit that in writing to the commission, and that is that. There's no violation, right? I'm directing them to the process. And so I'm wondering, and this is a question for Ms. Marshall, would it be acceptable? Is that still acceptable in these type of educational forums? Because there's definitely going to be people who are going to ignore everything that we say, la, 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 la. This is my chance to, to tell my commissioner what I want for my lines. When that happens, because I imagine it will happen, is it acceptable to just say, thank you, please submit that in writing? If not, would it be sufficient then for a staff person? Because I've been in a lot of other public meetings, you know, you have staff scrambling, you have the elected official has staff who will go and ensure that a concern or a public comment, whatever you have, is documented and then submitted publicly through whatever process there is. And so that would be, for me, why I would want a staff person available to go and make sure that anything that comes at us by way of public comment is documented and submitted and publicly posted.
To your initial question, yes, I think it would be perfectly fine for you to state to someone to, you know, please go to the COI 2 or send a memo or something to that effect to the commission. And I'm very confident that Mr. Hernandez and Mr. Sayas have protocols in place or plans in place to deal with those type of situations. And ultimately, what I don't want is for the commission to go into any meeting of what type or any type of event and feel as though they don't have control. I'm sure with the communications director as well as this deputy director, you know, they've developed plans for any and all types of situations to address these types of matters.
Commissioner Sinai, and then hang on, Commissioner Sinai.
Can I just respond to
Commissioner? Do you have a response?
I have a response to Commissioner Vasquez. Her statement about maybe staff could do it. The prohibition on receiving public input applies to commissioners and staff. So it would not be possible in that situation for staff to step in and take the information.
Thank you. Director Seha, do you have a response?
I did. I just wanted to add that internally we've had this discussion, and I am of the mind that so long as we are very public about our intent for these meetings, that they are nothing but educational and not information gathering or official commission meetings, I don't find an issue with it. It reminds me of working for the state when you receive political emails inviting you to a fundraiser for an elected official. What you're immediately asked to do by ethics is respond and say, hey, I'm not allowed to receive these types of emails. It's political in nature, and just don't continue with it and don't interact, and you're safe. If we are to say, hey, we can't control what people say in public, it's First Amendment rights, regardless of what platform we're joining. So for us to just say, hey, this is not the appropriate time to take your public input, these are the vehicles to do it. We will have public input meetings for you to share this information. Go online, COI tool. and don't continue the conversation, I think would save us that that fear of legal misunderstanding or misinterpretation that we're dealing with.
Commissioner Sinai?
Thank you. Yeah, I've only done one session so far, and the Q&A part was interesting, but I really think that people are just hungry to understand the redistricting process, and I would hate to see us being afraid to get out there because it might backfire. I liked what staff said about, you do need to repeat it 3 times. Anytime any of us have been on things like this, you have to just kind of repeat it 3 times and then just politely say, thank you for your input. Like Commissioner Vasquez said, here's the tools. Now, I do feel that we're not very clear in our PowerPoint on how you can engage. I think it's all over the place, and we do need to have 3 talking, you can use the tool, or it should start, come to our website where you can input, come to our website, call us or mail to us, and come to a public input meeting. Just 3 clear things, because the website will have the COI tool, but I think when I was presenting, that was probably the hardest part. I kept feeling like we're saying way too many things versus keeping it clear. The other piece is I kept thinking, oh, okay, we don't need business cards. We don't need business cards. But it just hit me right now, because we are out there every once in a while. That I hate. The hardest thing for me about having all these panels, it's going to sound funny, is that I can't send handwritten thank you notes. But the main reason I can't send handwritten thank you notes to our speakers is because everybody's in their home and I don't want to ask them for their home address. In the past, I would have sent it to their business address. And then I always slip in a business card. But I think it would be nice to have business cards, and on the back side, the 3 ways you can engage with the commission and send your comment. So it's kind of an outreach piece, as we are out in our small bubbles right now, but slowly we constantly need to think that no matter what we do, we're never going to be like the 2010 commission. Everything's going to have to be hybrid for as long as we can think. I keep saying that to my clients who are ready to do events starting this summer. No, everything needs to still be hybrid. So I just wanted to say, I think we can always be nervous about what may happen, but let's not let that stop us from getting out there, because we are the best. We are the citizens that were put on the Citizen Redistricting Commission to educate other citizens, and I think we're the best spaces for people to build trust in the system and in the process.
Director Claypool?
So I don't believe that your plan, Deputy Executive Director Hernandez's plan, has to be altered at all. Don't get me wrong. You can continue to do what you want to do. You are the best face for this commission. I just believe that we need to look at it and do 3 things. We need to calendar these things so people understand where you're going and who you're going to speak to. And possibly, depending on whether or not this is under Bagley-Keene or not, that may have to be a 14-day, because that's what was given to this commission. The second thing we have to do is we have to make it as part of the agreement to go to any venue that we have a way to record what the presentation is and what the Q&A is from the start of your presence there to the end of your presence. And then the last thing I think we need to do is be prepared to address any closed meetings that you may be attending. So for instance, we heard Mr. Zimmerman, and he was already addressing the issues I'm addressing right now when he said, I know you guys have a lot of restrictions and our meetings are closed to our members. I don't know that necessarily means that you can't give an educational meeting to the members, but I think that people have to understand that may be where you're going, and the community has to be able to voice opinions about who you're meeting with. It's all in the vein of transparency. In this particular case, I believe COVID actually, again, is going to assist our process only because this is all virtual. And most virtual platforms have the capacity, or I believe actually probably all of them have the capacity to record. So I'm not proposing that you do anything other than what you're planning to do. I'm just proposing that we put in some steps to make sure that we adhere as much as possible to government code. And the government code is 8253, and it doesn't differentiate between commission and staff, and it doesn't differentiate between what type of a meeting it is, whether it's your meeting or their meeting. It just says you can't receive this type of information from anyone outside of a public meeting. So let's just be as transparent as possible so that there's never any question as to what you did. And that's the same as the meeting we're in right now. If anybody ever accuses us of saying, oh, you said this or that, we can always go back to the video. So that's the only thing that I would propose to you. And we've had this discussion amongst ourselves as well. So it's so we were all prepared for what you may decide to do.
Commissioner Sadwani.
I am definitely all for transparency, so I really appreciate these thoughts, Dan. I'm wondering though, I do think that the 2-week agendized piece is such a challenge for us as a full commission. And my understanding though is that when we are meeting, for example, in subcommittee and we have meetings with other people, which is has become a common practice for this commission, and at the advice of legal was told that that was perfectly within our bounds to do so. Those kinds of meetings don't need to be agendized. So long as there's not more than 2 commissioners at an educational session and following these guidelines, right, of saying over and over again, I legally cannot take any input at this point in time, but here's how you do it. I'm not sure if that needs to be agendized, right? I don't, my sense is it wouldn't fall into that 14-day requirement. That's not to say we shouldn't post it somewhere, let people know. One of the callers yesterday, and I think it was Deborah Levine, I had it written down, had mentioned, having a section on like what's happening in your community, what is your community saying? And so if we created sections for each of those zones and we maybe listed like, hey, Commissioner Sinai is going to be giving a talk on this night. I feel like that hits that spirit of transparency without overburdening ourselves in a sense. I mean, I'm certainly open to counsel on this point, but because we wouldn't be there in a quorum or a full commission, my sense is that it wouldn't need to be agendized 2 weeks in advance and have to all be public meetings, because that's not how we've been operating in terms of our subcommittees. And last week, Commissioner Yee and I did preparatory calls with our panelists, right? That wasn't agendized. I'm happy to share that information. The record is there in our emails, et cetera. But I'm not sure if that the agendized piece will be necessary.
Ms. Johnson, you have a reply?
I just wanted to reassure Commissioner Sadwani that those types of meetings are perfectly appropriate because you're talking about planning the business of the commission. The difference is when you're getting public input, and that's what triggers the notice requirements and the public meeting requirements. So that's the line that you have to be very careful about.
Mr. Vasquez, then Commissioner Sinai.
Yeah, I think for me, the 14-day notice is the biggest piece that I'm really not comfortable with unless our council feels really strongly that we must do that 14-day notice for some of these meetings. I'll say that the meetings that we're presenting at are not open to the public. So if by posting 14 days, we are then creating a public meeting, we're going to have to also work with the partners who are inviting us into their space to open up these meetings, open up whatever that means. Maybe it doesn't mean anything, but it would mean letting them know that we we would have to advertise a way to access said meeting, possibly, right? That's my understanding. And so I don't know, this 14-day public notice to receive public input, it feels really not conducive to the goals for these education, one-way information sending purpose of these meetings.
Commissioner Sinai, then Commissioner Lamont.
I feel similar about the 14 days for me is actually a barrier for the community. Honestly, the one that Commissioner Ahmad and I have been invited to present tomorrow is more the usual versus not. We got the invitation yesterday to present tomorrow, and that's a lot of, those are the hard to reach communities that we want to reach. And so I don't want to put barriers. There is one way we can get around this and we don't do Q&A. I mean, we just do an education panel without Q&A. The unfortunate part of that is we say, if you have any questions, please submit them in writing. But unfortunately, then we lose that dialogue piece where we may be able to answer a very simple question. But that is one way, is to get rid of Q&A. I feel like we may end up in a slippery slope so let's say we're invited to do a presentation to the Japanese community in Japanese, and one of the commissioners speaks Japanese and does it. Do we then have to bring in a translator so it is open to the public and all the public can understand? I mean, and you all know I'm all for accessible, but part of being accessible is, for these education outreach, is looking at the segments of the community and meeting the needs that they have so that we can help them get engaged.
Thank you. Chief Counsel Marshall, do you have a reply? Then Commissioner Lamont and Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, going back to Commissioner Sotwani and her position. Her position on how she conducts the meetings is basically legal's position. In regards to the 14-day notice, that's just a suggestion by the director. And so ultimately, it's how you guys would like to proceed.
Commissioner Lamont.
I think I might have missed something. So I want a clarification. Is it suggested that we can't do these I guess I'm confused. We've been talking about these education meetings for months, literally, and they're pretty much one directional, where they're going to share information. We're not taking any feedback on maps. We aren't taking any public testimony. We're not taking any of that. I would not be in favor of eliminating a Q&A. A Q&A is about clarity. So if I said something that somebody didn't understand, they raise their hand and ask me a question about it, and I clarify. So I mean, I think as long as we can keep the frame of the scope of the meeting, I'm a little confused as to what suddenly is the issue. I guess that's it's like, what happened? What did I miss that suddenly this is a problem? So if somebody could help me understand that, I'd love it.
Chief Counsel Marshall, do you have a reply?
Commissioner Lamont, there isn't a problem, and totally agreement with everything you have said. I think the thing that kind of derailed it a little bit, to go off on a tangent, was Director Claypool's suggestion for the 14-day notice.
Director Claypool, do you have a reply?
No, I just to go a little further, in my report out to you, when I discussed that we did the budget outreach meeting with all the members of the budget committees over at the legislature, it was brought up at that point that they wanted to know how they were going to be able to know what was going on in these meetings, and they wanted to know what the commissioners were going to say, and they wanted to know what type of input was going to be given to them. For that, it caused us to go back to Government Code 8253, which governs your activities, and we read the line about, that we've always known of, but we took more seriously number 3 that says commission members and staff may not communicate with or receive communications about redistricting matters from anyone outside of a public meeting, which then triggered the thought, well, how are we going to stop people from communicating to you, or you not receiving information? And back to my example of your panel earlier, where it was just instantaneous, you were receiving redistricting information. Whether you liked it or not, it was being given to you, because that's what people do. So the 14-day would apply if this were under Bagley-Keene. Our chief counsel believes that these meetings are not under Bagley-Keene. And so accepting that, I was going for caution. If you wanted to give it any amount of time you want, then you could say we have to agendize it 3 days ahead of time. I was only suggesting that agendizing 14 days keeps you completely in the realm of adhering to Bagley-Keene. Having said that, whatever we do, if someone comes back and determines that you were receiving information outside a public meeting and it didn't adhere to that, and they determine that this is it in a legal proceeding, then that becomes the issue of whether or not you violated Bagley-Keene. That's my only concern.
Commissioner Lamont, do you have some follow-up on your question? And then Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, but I don't know that I'll be able to get this. I guess the clarity on the individual that asked the impetus question, what were they asking? Because what was their concern? Like, that's not clear to me. Like, I hear they asked the question and we interpreted the question. But for me, I need to better understand what their thinking is, what they're concerned about. Like, and if they have a concern, I invite them to send it. Like, whoever it was, like, make us aware, make the commissioners aware of what your concern is so that we can address it. Because I'm not saying that your interpretation of the question is accurate or inaccurate, but I feel like it set off a series of, and I appreciate your explanation, thank you. It set off a series of actions and explorations, which are all valid, but I don't know what the impetus concern is. So I don't know that I'm going to get that in this meeting, but I'm inviting that, seriously inviting that, because if the path that you've gone down is accurate and in the spirit of what their concern is, and this sounds like this could be a bigger issue than we've had that's ever been brought to date to this group. And I think we need to be able to vet it appropriately, because we're building a whole outreach model on something that this could potentially blow up. Because I agree with Commissioner Sinai, a 14-day notice, that whole concept, like us turning a group's meeting into a public meeting, like all of that is absurd and probably not possible. Like, we don't have the ability to go into people's meetings and then say, okay, well, this is now a public meeting because we noticed it, and then we got to make provisions for everybody to be a part of it. Some people may agree to do that. I'm not saying that there aren't groups that would agree to do that, but it then changes our whole outreach strategy, which concerns me.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, I agree with Commissioner Lamont. It's not our meetings. They're inviting us to their house. It's like me going to someone's house and I'm going to redecorate it all and just put it in my own, how I want it to be. Again, we're going to reiterate that it's not an input meeting. I think Zoom helps if they really if they're aggressive and want to go down that road, we leave the meeting. I mean, it makes it easy to just, okay, we gave our presentation and you didn't want to hear at least to what our parameters were. It's time for us to go. So I think I haven't seen it so far, but I'm pretty sure the 14 commissioners that are on this commission are strong enough to just leave the meeting if we have to. And we are smart enough to know what our parameters are. And yeah, I wouldn't agree with the 14-day notice, because part of it is we want them to feel comfortable in their house. And I'm a guest, and we need to act that way and behave that way. So those are just my 2 cents.
Commissioner Anderson, Commissioner Toledo, Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you. I think this is a lot easier than we're all making it, and we're all saying essentially the same thing with just different variations. There are educational meetings, and at those educational meetings, we direct any questions. We follow what Commissioner Director Seha, Director, essentially what all the directors are essentially trying to say is, if someone starts to go, well, I want you to go here, say thank you. You can go to our website. We are not taking any input. This is educational. And my clarification question was, if we have a COI tool educational, that's still educational. We're not helping them use it. We're going to direct them to our website on the details of how. We're doing the what. And then that could indeed be, if it's a private, we tell where they are. Those do not need 14-day notices, but we have to be very careful. And as we all state, we're going to say, no, we're not taking input that goes elsewhere. And then, as in our strategic outreach plan, that we're looking at, then there's public input meetings. And those indeed do have to be the 14-day, which I believe why Director Hernandez is saying he'd really like to get those on the schedule, because 14 days is a huge deal. And that is where we can indeed show people how to use the COI tool. And it's at the point we have our line drawer, we'll also be having a line drawer there, still pre-census. Then later on, those will also become all our public input when it's after census. But the educational part, which can continue through until it's all done, is a one-way street. Doesn't need 14 days. As soon as we start taking any info, it needs 14 days. I don't think that could be any more clear. I think that answered everybody, hopefully.
Commissioner Toledo, Commissioner Sinai, Commissioner Vasquez, then Commissioner Yee.
Thank you. I do think there may be some steps we can take to mitigate the risk of potentially of these meetings potentially being seen as or potentially being viewed as public input meetings, or where we get or where that's the where someone may challenge us on that issue, and that may be things like having a really clear statement that we all read at the beginning of each one of these meetings, some kind of so just mitigating steps, right? It could be some very brief orientation for commissioners on how to deliver that statement, what to do if the public, and these are all common sense things that we probably already know, but just maybe spelling it out and doing it in a very brief orientation for us before we go out and deliver that, but so we can show that we have taken that we've done our due diligence on educating commissioners as they go out to not accept public comment during these sessions, but just simple mitigating things that might help us be able to do what we want to do without having to because ultimately, if someone wants to challenge us on these types of issues, they probably will anyway. But we want to just make sure that we have the documentation to show that we took all of the steps necessary to keep us in compliance with state law and state code.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai.
I agree with Commissioner Toledo, and we've been told that multiple times from our experts that we're going to be challenged, and if someone wants to challenge us, they will be challenged. I think the one piece we're missing in this conversation, and something that I've taken to heart, that Commissioner Vasquez and I have taken to heart, and that Commissioner Forniciari and I have taken to heart, is this whole idea that we have to be as broad as possible in our engagement, that what the courts are going to be looking at, we've been told from the beginning, is how broad how you have connected with the community, how broad that's been. And that's why after doing community of interest panels of different communities, and we'll have more, we've gone into the sector panels, and today's panel was a very different audience. I mean, a different panel and participants than we've had in the past. And that was very intentional. So I feel like as much as we can be afraid that someone's going to tell us, hey, these are public meetings or whatnot, on the flip side, I also think it's going to protect us because we can show how diverse the different meetings were and how much outreach we did.
Commissioner Vasquez.
I understand what I think the folks from the legislature were concerned about. I understand this concern, and the desire, certainly it aligns, I think, with all of our desire to keep our noses clean. And they were confirming that yes, you are going to keep your noses clean on this, right? right. And I think we've had many ideas about how we can both keep our noses clean, reaffirm our commitment to transparency, and also reaffirm our commitment to being in dialogue with our trusted community partners, with our trusted messengers. And I feel like to the legislature's, specific questions on like what is going to be said. Well, glad you asked. We have our presentation. Here it is. Here is our script. This is what the commissioners are saying. We are all giving the same presentation. And Q&A are for, to Commissioner Lamont's point, clarity. So legislature, that is the answer to your first question. Here is what is being said. To your second question, how do we know that there is no public input happening in these meetings? Well, here we can't control, to Director Seja's point, we can't control what people say. It's First Amendment rights. People can say whatever they want, whenever they want, to whomever they want. That being said, here are all the precautions we are going to be taking to ensure that it is very clear, at least on our, we have done our due diligence to say this is not a public meeting. Here's, we're giving this presentation, we're taking questions for clarity. That is it. And document all of the ways we are ensuring that this is not a public input meeting. And that is for me, if we can be direct and clear with the legislature about answering those two questions, I heard those two questions. How do we know what the commissioners are saying? We can tell you. And then how can we assure that no public input is being received? Well, we can't guarantee, just like you can't, they also understand this. Like, these are public officials who also have, again, to Director Seja's point, they also have restrictions on the kinds of communications they can receive. We can't prevent someone from leaving a note on someone's doorstep with all of their advocacy asks or a fundraising ask or what have you, but we can do our due diligence to communicate out what our restrictions are. And that for me is the third way between having to notice all of these education meetings and make them public meetings and not doing them at all. There is a third way, and I think we have found it, and we can be responsive to the legislature's concerns, in my opinion, if we are just direct with them about all the steps we are taking to address their concerns.
Hang on, Director Claypool. Let me get Commissioner Yee.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really appreciating this discussion and feeling the tension of all the considerations that have been put on the table and understanding why it is an issue. I'm feeling very sympathetic to Director Claypool's concerns. That conversations can pivot very quickly and very naturally into what would amount to public input, and we can be trained and ready and pre-announced to deflect, that input, but it's going to happen. And the question is, if we're challenged on having received that inappropriately, how do we defend ourselves? And absent, recording every session that any of us is involved in, which is completely unworkable, I think. Are these notices, these mitigation factors that Commissioner Toledo mentioned, risk mitigation, are those adequate? If so, that's fine. And I think we can go forward with that, but to document all that and so forth. I am a little concerned about the notion that we would, kind of formally restrict ourselves to the script and the PowerPoint presentation that is being developed. Yes, we can often use that and, give presentations based on that, but I find, different settings. I'm thinking of the two presentations I've already given, very different audiences. I like to adapt things a lot. I like to develop my own slides. So I'd like to have some provision for being able to do that. Maybe a requirement that anything we present, we also archive, somewhere publicly accessible. I wouldn't want to be restricted to just a script, a boilerplate, even very high quality. Different audiences ask for different kinds of nuances, and I'd like to be able to adapt to that.
Commissioner Lamont, and then Director Claypool, I'll give you the opportunity to respond.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez. That was the top of what I won't reiterate what you said. I think that it's a simple reply to the question. I also think that the question should be officially, back to my earlier point, if that is an official question, then it should be officially presented to us. So I could talk to any number of people that might ask me some things or say what was said in this conversation, but if this is not legitimate, but if this is an actual concern, it should be raised, and it should be raised to the commission. And I still want that. And then we can respond accordingly using the framework that Commissioner Vasquez put forward. So the other thing that this brings to mind is that old adage of people's first perception of you or a situation when they get introduced to it. And so what people know about the commission is what the 2010 commission did. And that frames their understanding, the work that went into defining it and all of that. And what's interesting about us is we've come at this a little bit differently. This whole outreach piece that we're designing, this whole grants piece, this hasn't been done before. And so I expect that there are questions, right? But I think that in the same vein as Commissioner Vasquez, but then we respond to those questions. And I think that something was said yesterday about scope bleed, and that came, it was Commissioner Sadwani, as we were talking about the grants. And I just thought about this, again, in the context of this. This could be considered scope bleed. That all we're supposed to do is take input on the maps and that's it. And all this stuff that we're doing is outside of that. And I'm not saying we shouldn't be doing that. I want to be very clear. But if people's perception of what our function is and what we are supposed to be doing is a specific thing, and these things that we're doing are outside of that, it will raise questions. So I think us as a commission just have to accept that. We made a decision as a group as to how important we felt outreach was. I don't know that it's written in the charter anywhere that our responsibility is to educate the community about redistricting or any of this stuff that we think is very important and we think ultimately leads us to doing a better job. Those are the decisions that we're making. So I just welcome the questions. I welcome our ability to respond to those questions. And when you're pioneering and doing something that hasn't been done before, you have to have a certain amount of courage and fearlessness. And I think we do. So I don't want us to be, scared and the Bagley King book get whipped out every time we say we want to do something and then we suddenly can't do it if we're not honoring 14 days. I think we have to look at the law, look at the facts, figure out how we navigate and do what it is that we're trying to do. So that's my, that's my feedback.
Thank you. I want to give Director Claypool and Chief Counsel Marshall opportunity to respond. We'll break for lunch. We'll return to this with public comment after lunch. So go ahead, Director Claypool, and then Chief Counsel Marshall.
First of all, I think that you're absolutely correct, Commissioner Lamont, that we do need to look at what the law says. This isn't, if this were something that were just my prerogative, then that would be one thing. But the law, in my mind, is giving us some guidance. Second of all, I want to be very, very clear that this isn't the legislature sending this question to us. This were legislative staffers at a meeting asking a question. So we need to be very, very clear on that these were questions that were just asked in a meeting that when we were going through the budget, which then triggered my concern that were we looking at this correctly. So I don't want this to be, to be blown out of proportion. These were questions from specific individuals. And lastly, you are required by the Constitution to promote an educational outreach to all Californians, and this effort comes out of that. And I wouldn't want to see it jeopardized in any way. But I just want to make very clear how this information came to us and also how it spurred my concerns.
Chief Counsel Marshall.
I'm not going to reiterate what all of you have actually stated. Again, I'm in agreement, and if there's additional legal response that's needed, maybe additional research, I can do it. But at this point, I stand by my position.
All right, so that was a very substantive and robust conversation. I hope that we all can sort of contemplate it a bit over lunch. We'll return to this topic. We'll accept public comment. We'll see if it's necessary to move or vote on anything when we come back. So have a good lunch. Take a deep breath. We're going to work through it. I think it was in a great and important conversation. So let's come back in an hour. Let's come back at 1:45. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. It is 1:45 p.m., January 27th. Welcome back to the January 27th meeting of the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. We left off with the Deputy Executive Director's report. And before we proceed to public comment, let me inquire, Deputy Director Alvaro Hernandez, are you looking for a vote for the approval of your outreach plan?
That's what I had hoped to do, get a conceptual approval. But I do have some additional changes that have been made, so maybe we can delay that, but proceed with the understanding that we are going to approve it.
Got it. And so, in order to be efficient, I think, along with public comment, I would like to get general public comment. I'd like to get public comment as it relates to this agenda item as well. So for us to move to a vote, it has to be a motion to accept this proposal.
This is Commissioner Lamont. I was going to say, I'd like to make a motion to accept Deputy Director Hernandez's outreach proposal. But what I'd like him to do is just so that we're all clear, is to quickly bullet the changes. So it would be acceptance with changes as identified, and that way we could move forward.
Yes, so the changes will be on pages on page 4 under strategy number 4. The first bullet is public comment. I've added public input meetings, public comment at public input meetings. The next change would be on page 8 under phase 3, public meetings for public input. The last two sentences are new sentences that I'm adding to read. During this phase, the commission will receive the census data to work with. The public meetings will begin in late March and continue through May. A more detailed schedule of the public input meeting will be provided to the commission at a later date. And finally, on page 9, right underneath the outreach schedule, outreach presentation or educational presentation schedule, that first sentence, public meetings will begin after the educational presentation phase. And I deleted some of the language that was previously there. So those are the changes that were made.
Commissioner Sinai.
I think they're all fine, but I'm not sure that we want to say after. I mean, I think public education meetings are going to be whenever. You know, someone may want a short presentation. So I would just say would ongoing and just leave it open like that.
Chief Counsel Marshall.
I had a comment that I wanted to make earlier, but it was so many comments in between that I decided to wait until we come back. Just want a quick comment in regards to Government Code Section 8253, Section 3, that Director Claypool had mentioned. And it's my position that that's not applicable to this particular matter. And just to briefly summarize this code, it states that the commission members and staff may not communicate with or receive communications about redistricting matters from anyone outside of a public hearing. For me, the operative word is matters. And when you look at the word matters, outside of science, it is a serious situation, a problem, a disagreement, litigation, concern, and things of that effect. Here, again, these educational meetings are all about, educational events, presentations are all about education. And to do an overly broad interpretation of this particular section basically would stifle CRC's purpose. In general, CRC wouldn't be able to communicate with anyone because the very purpose and goals of CRC is to redistrict. And so, and just to give a general example, I find that someone could speak about their family and not discuss family matters. And so here, I'm very confident that Deputy Director Hernandez, Communications Director Sejas, and the commissions will conduct their presentations in a manner that not only serves the best interests of CRC, but the citizens of the state of California, without a doubt. We're adults here in this situation. We have control of this situation and shouldn't be fearful or limited ourselves when it comes to educating the public. That's it.
Thank you. Commissioner Lamont.
Similar to Commissioner Sinai, there was 2 points actually. I think the one about after, and then I think earlier there was March to May, which I also felt that we had talked about not truncating it needs to be broader. So not having that May outer deadline. So if you could clarify that, Director Hernandez. Also, this just occurred to me just before Chief Marshall spoke, is I know we've talked about being open to doing education, whenever and for long as necessary. And I'm wondering if maybe it would be just in the spirit of delineation. Once we began to take public input, once we move to the input meetings, I think because we'd be out doing different things, meaning 2 different things at the same time, because we won't be doing public input meetings before the census data. We know that won't be happening. Am I correct? No, that's not correct. Okay, so forget that whole point. Just scrap that. My 2 points being the March, that May outer deadline, extending that out and not putting that after caveat. Those were the two things that stood out to me in the bullets.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, and maybe this is taking off a little bit on where Commissioner Lamons was going, and if not, I apologize. But we run the risk of confusion if, to the extent that we're doing those two different things at different times, and we just have to be aware of the pluses and minuses of doing educational events and community input events simultaneously. I understand the importance of doing educational events as and when we're able to, but I think that the more we're able to separate the two chronologically, the less confusion there will be out in the community. And that's, I just want us to be aware of that. Thank you.
Commissioner Turner?
Thank you. I also wondered, there was a suggestion earlier, I believe by Commissioner Toledo, to have some sort of disclaimer up front for the hearings that we're going to do, or the educational piece that we're going to do. I'm wondering if that was taken into consideration and included, and because I see that playing a huge role in differentiating what we're doing and what our intent is.
So the motion we have on the floor from Deputy Lamons is to accept the concept of Deputy Executive Director Hernandez's outreach plan. Chief Counsel Marshall?
Either I or Mr. Hernandez is going to answer Commissioner Turner's question, and my response would be yes, but I'll defer to him to confirm.
I would agree, and in light of that, I'd like to defer the approval for today. Allow me to add that information and potentially take a vote tomorrow when that information has been added.
That would cause Commissioner Lamont to have to withdraw his motion.
It hasn't been seconded yet, so it doesn't.
Thank you. Commissioner Yee?
Yes. On top of describing in the plan, intention and provision for announcing upcoming presentations and educational events, to also include a clear description of how those are documented and archived publicly, so that, again, in the spirit of risk mitigation, we can, make it clear how we're keeping all this very public. I think that would be useful. Also, to the point, if I can back up some, I was thinking over lunch about the question of education and this whole idea of not taking public input. I think I was thinking we should work that into the education. One of the first things we talk about in a presentation is public input, and maybe use an example. I was thinking historically of 19th century California, the railroad barons, railroad monopoly, which was considered such a threat by so many. And, maybe put a slide of those up and say, if those guys were here today, they could not give us input unless we're in a public setting. Don't you think that's a good idea? They can't influence our work in a private back room. Well, the same rule applies to you as applies to them. Therefore, this educational event, we can have discussion, but I can't take public input. Please use one of these other avenues to give that. So, to work it into a positive part of the education, and so make it something that people will value rather than fight against.
Thank you. So then we're going to table this discussion and come back to it tomorrow for a possible vote. Am I correct?
Yes, Chair.
All right. So then I'm going to open up the floor for public comment, for general comments, and as well as to agenda item number 6. Christian, I'm sorry, Katie. We have Katie. Katie, can you
It's okay.
invite the public in, please?
Yes, definitely. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted to enter the meeting ID number that is provided on the live stream feed, it is 976-7934-9222 for this week's meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press star 9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear an automatic message that says the host would like you to talk and to press star 6. To speak, if you would like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during the call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak. And again, please turn down the volume of the live stream feed. And we do not, we do have one person in the queue. Can you rename
Thank you. Invite him in, please.
And if you would like to state and spell your name, you can, but you do not have to. The floor is yours.
Okay, this is Renee Westa Lusk, Renee, and the last name is Westa, and then there's a hyphen, and then it's Lusk, Lusk. My questions mainly have to do with the executive director's report. There was mention of that you were going to have small 30-second videos on social media, which would include YouTube. And will you be putting those 30-second videos on the website of the CRC? That's my first question. And then you mentioned a e-blast newsletter. When you say e-blast, does that mean all the people you have on file emails that want to be contacted by the commission, their emailing list? Is that what you're referring to, how to get the newsletter, or will the newsletter be posted on the website? And then I wanted to say I support Commissioner Kennedy's emphasis on advertising the educational presentations and maybe the future input meetings on radio for a lot of hard to reach areas of the state as far as geography goes, because there's a lot of communities that don't have much local paper coverage. And then I had one other question regarding when Commissioner Kennedy asked about posting the speaker's request form, will that actually be on the website, or the outgoing website, or are you planning to email that or e-blast that to people that are on your email list? Those are my questions.
Thank you. Is staff able to answer or have any opinion on any of those questions put forth by Ms. Westerluck? Go ahead, Director Seha. Found.
So if I may, while Director Seha reboots the system again, I'll answer those questions. In regards to the videos that we will be producing, they will be available on our website and also through the different social media applications, whether it's YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. There'll be either links to them or the videos themselves. In regards to e-blast, that's typically what we do. We have a list of emails. We'll send that information out to those who have provided us those emails and other contacts that we may have. We'll be sending that information in our e-blast, whatever information is available and relevant. As far as advertising on the radio, that is definitely something that we are looking to do. We have already discussed a plan moving forward to make sure that we have radio advertisement funds available. So that is definitely part of our plan. As far as posting the speaker request form, we are trying to get it on the current website so that it is available for everyone. And when the new website, it will definitely be available when that comes up. Thank you.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. If I could just suggest that Director Hernandez or Director Ceja inform those listening how they can get on the list for e-blasts if they're not already on that list. Thank you.
Do we have any more callers in the queue?
Oh, sorry, my microphone was not on. No, Chair, we do not.
Thank you. Then we'll move on to our next agenda item. We will table our vote up. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to go back for a second to Commissioner Yee's remarks a while ago and reiterate something that I believe I had said in the last meeting, which is I think we're better off if we have a long form expanded presentation that includes anything and everything. I mean, you know, to the extent that we can. If we have everything in a presentation and then whittle down from there to fit into the time available, we reduce the possibility of anything that's not absolutely factually correct and has been vetted and so forth internally going out. We can always whittle down, but once we start adding things that haven't been vetted, we increase our risk. So I would encourage us to think in terms of let's have, you know, everything that's in the FAQs, everything, you know, just have a repository that we draw from for a you know, a long form presentation that we would cut down from. And I think that could help us in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from commissioners? All right, we're now going to move on to
Chair.
Yes.
Director Hernandez would like to respond.
You guys. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I apologize for that, Chair. I just wanted to respond to Commissioner Kennedy. That is the reason that we created a long PowerPoint and a short PowerPoint. The long one has as much information as we can. As far as the repository, we have FAQs that are available. We have a fact sheet that is being worked on, and we'll talk about those in the subcommittee report for materials. So I just wanted to make sure that you're aware that we are working on that. And I know that in doing presentations, they're never going to be the same twice. There's variations, but the information is what we'll be talking to. You may say it a different way. Each one of us are very unique, and we're going to say it a different way, but the content will be the same. It's just the delivery that we're allowing for that flexibility for you as commissioners to interject your experience. And that's it. Thank you.
All right, commissioners, going once, going twice. All right. So we're going to table this for the moment, table a possible vote, and we're going to move on to agenda item number 7, Chief Counsel's report. The floor is yours, Chief Counsel Marshall.
I appreciate the comedy. As usual, my Chief Counsel report is very brief and succinct. Again, I just want to remind everybody to be cognizant of Bagley-King compliance when communicating. And one of the things that the legal office is going to do, we're going to provide a cheat sheet, because a lot of times we hear a lot of repetitive questions regarding the same thing, and I get it. There's a lot of time that spans, through these different meetings, but that's something we'll have for you by the end of next week. Going to be real simple, pretty much cut and dry. And also, anyone have any legal questions and they feel as though after the fact that they need more clarification, I don't want you to hesitate to ask for clarification. A week or so ago, there was an issue in regards to, I had a question in regards to why there was voting on the applicability of the election code. The thing is, and they actually thought the vote was probably, pretty much superfluous. But what people may not know is that when it comes to the law in itself, different code sections, different chapters are applicable to different person, places, and entities and subjects. So it doesn't necessarily mean it's applicable to you. So if you flip through the pages and you happen to miss that one little paragraph where it says it's only applicable to the Franchise Tax Board, you may misinterpret and thinking that it's applicable to us. And with this particular issue, it was just applicable to the local level and not the state level. And in regards to anything derivative of any memorandums or the VRA Council or litigation and things of that nature and other subcommittees that I've been working with, I'm going to defer to them to an effort to prevent duplication. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions or comments regarding the Chief Counsel's report? All righty, we will move on to agenda item number 9, the subcommittee updates. And we'll start off with action on the census. And this comes after Commissioner Sadwani laid the bomb on us. The floor is yours, Commissioner Sadwani and Commissioner Toledo.
Sure. Commissioner Toledo, do you want to start us off and give the background on the letter?
So you should have all received the letter that we drafted. It's very similar to the initial letter we did a couple months back to the legislature, and to our Senate, to our U.S. senators, and to the U.S. Census Bureau and other federal legislators. There's one key difference, though. This is also speaks to some of the methodology that has been used to protect privacy. And so what we're asking for is all of the data that's necessary for us to be able to do our job. And that's the piece that's changing. So it's a little bit more specific in that regard. And you have the letter in front of you so you can see what the letter says. In addition to asking the federal government to take its time, and the Census Bureau to take its time in making sure that the quality of the data that we get is good. I mean, we want good, accurate data, and that's initially the spirit of that letter. So with that, I'll hand it over to Commissioner Sadwani.
Sure. Just a little bit of a background here. At our last meeting, I believe it was Commissioner Sinai, and I forget which subcommittee that was, Commissioner Sinai, that you had the conversation with Karen McDonald. We had a follow-up conversation with her that was suggested at the last meeting, and so that did happen. And in that conversation, she had just suggested that continuing to advocate for high quality data would be in the interest of the CRC. We felt that that was absolutely correct and true, and we wanted to bring that back to you all for your consideration. If you recall, in the fall, we were writing letters of a very similar nature. We used much of the language from the fall letters again here to ensure a complete count. The count, while the count period is over, there are quality controls that the U.S. Census Bureau can take to ensure that this is a full and complete data set to the best of their ability. And we believe it is in the interest of the CRC to advocate as such to a new administration. So this letter was originally crafted to ask the new Biden administration and the Census Bureau to take the time necessary to ensure any such statistical measures that can be taken to improve the quality of the data are taken so that they don't feel rushed to do so. In addition, after a lengthy conversation with Ms. McDonald, we took the recommendation that the differential privacy considerations that the U.S. Census Bureau is attempting to enact would be best to be laid aside for the 2020 census. I think the concern of most data scientists and statisticians is that this was rolled out in 2018. Typically, when changes to the methodology of the census occur, they are tested for many, many years. And so while we can support privacy in general, this new methodology and the algorithms that are being used, it is the sense of many that this is going to create real problems for our data. From the statewide databases perspective, in particular, it would cause problems for the prisoner reallocation data as well. So we bring this for you all today to consider. Due to the agendizing 2 weeks in advance, it was not possible to have Ms. McDonald present to us today. We have put her on as a placeholder for our next meeting, February 8th, should there be any additional questions or if we want to have her provide any additional updates in terms of the census. That being said, it may not be necessary to advocate for the Census Bureau taking this longer time now that we have this information that they plan to send a reapportionment data April 30th. That appears to be that they are taking that additional time. I don't think it's problematic if it stays in our letter. I think that's for discussion of this commission. I'll also say, in terms of soliciting feedback from you all, I think what has worked well in previous kinds of documents like these is if you have wordsmithing components, please feel free to send them through staff and they can forward them on to us. We're happy to work through any, grammatical errors or even just better fit of words. But I think what we would prefer to focus our conversation on is whether or not we should send the letter and the major components of the letter.
If there's any substantive issues with the letter, if folks have any substantive issues with regards to some of the advocacy points that we're making. Right. Those would be things that we want to do in public comment.
Commissioner Anderson?
Thank you very much for the letter and everything. I've just got a question about, everyone's looking at the letter. It's the third paragraph. When you're actually specifically asking about to remove the differential privacy algorithm. I recall back in the fall when Ms. McDonald was speaking to us, because privacy, of course, is a big issue. And the problem is this particular differential privacy algorithm that they suddenly introduced. But there were other steps, as I understood it, that basically were kind of in the normal process and were kind of continuing. So I'm just concerned are we specific enough to say, and specifically to who we're sending it to, we're only talking about this particular algorithm? Because if they're, I don't want I want our wording to be specific to address the issue that's the problem, and not overly inclusive and eliminate, essentially there is a problem if it's the exact numbers, because then you can basically drill down, you can find out almost who lives where. Not quite, but that's an oversimplification of the real need for the privacy, some sort of privacy thing. And I thought that there was a little something that they were doing. And I don't know if you've already talked about that, or if this wording is specific enough to only eliminate that.
I know that we're asking for the data at the block level. And so it's at the block level. And so so that we would have enough information to be able to do our job in ensuring compliance with the Voting Rights Act and other compliance requirements that may require us to look at where certain demographics might live, or certain types of individuals might live, because of the way the methodology works. And Sarah probably understands this a lot better than I do. But that's my understanding, is we want block sense data to the block level.
Yeah, that's my understanding as well. And I think, Commissioner Anderson, to your point, I think we'd be happy. We have not shared this letter directly with Ms. McDonald, though it is posted to our website. I would be happy to kind of follow up with her if it is the desire of the commission, to make sure that we are being as specific as possible and to get additional clarity for you, for your question.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I understand that when you're trying to add the prisoner reallocation, it's very important to have that so you can match apples to apples. But I just don't know quite. I want to be sure that we're very specific enough to not muddy the waters. But I don't know, and that's kind of a bit to legal. Can we do that? Can we get, I guess, feedback? I guess it's public comment feedback. That should be no legal issue. Is that, counsel, is there sort of any issue with that?
Oh, I guess I'm trying to understand your question.
As Commissioner Sadwani said, we can just verify with Ms. McDonald the specificity of the wording. Is that proper because we have the same intent? But then going back to her, is that okay?
You know what? I would have to, I don't know, because I'm looking at just general public comment. She has the opportunity to call in to comment on the matter. At this time, I don't have a different response other than it wouldn't be improper for her to call in at this time to provide a comment on it.
Or maybe if I can chime in, is there any violation if a subcommittee was then, for something such as this, if they were to recontact their source for clarification of verbiage or the proper terms so that our intent is properly conveyed? Is Commissioner Sedwani, did I say that correctly?
I'm just wondering if maybe we can just send her an email and just ask her to send us in writing to the commission any feedback that she might have, so that it's through our public process, and it can be posted so that everybody knows what it is, and that should meet the requirement, I believe. But
yeah, I mean, sorry if Ms. Marshall wants to go
ahead.
No,
go ahead.
My sense is that as Chair Taylor laid out, I think it should be okay if we go back and ask for that clarity. She is the director of the statewide database, who is the entity that will be providing us with this data. So my sense is that is expected that we would have a working relationship with her. And I will say, as we put this letter together, our intent was not to be terribly specific about the details. We felt like we are not the statisticians here, the statewide databases. So if they want to advocate for those more specific details, that is certainly within their purview. However, as the commission, I think our interest is having the highest quality data possible, right? So that we can draw maps that are defendable. So my interest wasn't in preparing this letter, was not to drill down too deeply into the nitty gritty of statistical methodology of the U.S. Census Bureau, but instead to make a strong ask for high quality data and that they take the time necessary to ensure that is delivered.
Chief Counsel Marshall.
Just to maintain consistency, we're actually in the process of developing protocols when it comes to memorandums and things of that nature. And so until we have that developed, which is hopefully be soon, I'll be able to give you a definitive response. Thank you.
Thank you. So Commissioner Toledo, Commissioner Sadwani, is there anything that you need from us today?
My sense is if there is agreement that it is indeed in our interest as a commission to move forward with such a letter. And obviously the census situation is developing rapidly, but is there general approval to move forward with such a letter?
Commissioner Fernandez, and then Commissioner Anderson.
Yes, thank you, Commissioners Sadwani and Toledo. I do think it's still important for us as a commission to send this letter. Regardless of the census data being delayed, there's still an issue with the differential privacy that we still want to address because we don't know, is that what's causing the delay? So I think it's, it's an issue that was brought up, and I think we should still move forward with it. So thank you.
Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you. I have just one other item, and then I would be happy to make a motion that we do move ahead on this. It's just when we refer to, this is for, again, clarity, the last part, our 14-member commission, we have 5 Republicans, 5 Democrats, and we say 4 non-party affiliates. Are all 4 of them non-party, or are they of a particular party?
My understanding is all nonpartisan.
None.
No party.
Okay.
I believe we discussed this previously, and that we came up with the terminology non-party affiliates as opposed to the use of the term independents. But if we want to revisit that,
No, it was actually, it's just because remember in California, there is a no party, and then there's a, there are the other parties, but I thought the non-party that they were actually all were indeed no party. And that's with a and if that's everyone, I'm seeing nods from the people involved, in which case I'd say I propose that we move this letter ahead.
Commissioner Lamont, did you have a comment?
Oh, yeah, I was just going to affirm that I was non-party affiliate. That's all. I was just going to affirm. Now, I understand Commissioner Anderson's question because there is other parties like the Green Party and others, and so you're just clarifying whether or not that non-party affiliate representation represents I think it's 4 of us.
Yes.
The 4 of us. So I'll say for me it does.
Commissioner Kutagawa.
I think officially I think we're called declined to state.
No. It was.
Commissioner Anderson, you're off mute.
Oh, sorry. I'm terribly sorry. But Commissioner Lamont and Commissioner Ahmad, we're answering.
Yeah, I think that's what the statewide auditor was using. Because I saw decline to state somewhere, and it was being used quite often.
Can I just add? It was formally, like when you register to vote, the form formerly used to say decline to state when you register your political party, but that has since changed. if I am recollecting. Because I put decline to state when I registered to vote because I didn't know what political parties meant and what that entailed. So I just put decline to state. And then as you learn about it, then no.
Commissioner Fernandez, and then Chief Counsel Marshall.
When I was reading over some of the legislation that was applicable to us, the California codes, the way they put it, I mean, sometimes they put it the long way, but they also do 14 members comprised of 5 Republicans, 5 Democrats, and 4 members from neither party. And that's how they explained it. I guess for me it was clear, but I think we've already addressed this at the last letter that we sent early on in the commission when we were established. And I think that the non-party affiliates, I think that's what we agreed to early on.
Correct. That's my recollection, and I would promote sending out the letter with the same verbiage. Commissioner Sinai.
I would like to second the motion that was made. And for the outreach committee, please note what just the conversation we just had, because we've been using a lot longer verbiage on our outreach material.
So the motion was proposed by Commissioner Anderson and seconded by Commissioner Sinai, correct? So then, is there any further discussion? So then we need to move, Commissioner Sadwani.
I just also wanted to highlight for you all that we need to figure out who exactly the new census director is. I believe there is a change happening there. So that's just an update. We will clarify that. And Commissioner Toledo and I also had discussed that there may be other people that it would make sense to send it to either within the new administration. Possibly the vice president could play a role in the census. Of course, she has strong ties to California. We would also ask that we have the leeway to explore who the best options would be to send this to.
Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you for saying that. That was, I was wondering if we should CC the folks that we sent the first census letter to, just so that we're still keeping them in the loop on what we're doing, especially since we have a new senator.
That's a great idea.
All right, then we need to invite in public comment regarding the motion on the floor for approval of the letter to support the strongest statistics possible. Does that sound correct? And that's agenda item 9A.
I think I'm going to stick with 9A. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To dial in, the telephone number provided on the live stream feed is 877-853-5247. When prompted to enter the meeting ID number that is provided on the live stream feed, it is 976-7934-9222 for this week's meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press *9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear an automatic message that says the host would like you to talk and to press *6 to speak. If you would like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and again, please turn down the live stream volume. The commission is taking public comment on the motion made about the letter relating to 9A. And we do not have anybody in the queue at this time.
Thank you. We'll give it a few minutes. We'll be in pause.
This is Chief Counsel Marshall. Here at headquarters, we weren't able to get the name of the person who did the second on the motion. Okay.
The second
Ms.
is
Sinai.
Commissioner Sinai.
All right, thank you. What was that, Commissioner Fornashari?
I just had a question for Chair. Can I ask a question, Chair Taylor, while we're waiting?
Absolutely.
Commissioner Sadwani, is it official at this point that is it officially announced that it won't be released until April 20th? The apportionment data won't be released until April 21st?
The correspondence that I received was from Karen McDonald. She said she was at a meeting of the National Conference of State Legislatures in which a U.S. Census spokesperson announced that it would not be released until April 30th, the reapportionment data, and that it's expected that that data would be released to the states 3 months later. I don't know what constitutes official at this point, but she did email me that update. That's as best as I can share with you at this point. I haven't yet seen any, news release or anything to that effect. I know Ms. Johnston is often following this topic. I don't know if you've seen anything yet this afternoon. No. I know there's a reporter, Hansi Lo Wang, who tends to follow changes in the census. I'll check it out on Twitter, but I haven't seen anything as of yet, besides the email that I received from Ms. McDonald.
Okay, so I just want to share with everyone kind of a reaction I had to that news. I feel like we've been going full speed ahead, in the anticipation that, we're going to have this compressed schedule. We talked about, alternative or scenario planning. Well, now we have a new scenario, and so it's come clear to me that, we're not ending August 15th at this point. We're, more like December 15th. And so that's another several months for everyone, especially those folks who are working full time. And so I'd like to kind of have us take a little think here about the rate of movement that we're working under right now, and see if we can, give folks a little break, because it is going to get, crunch time is going to be August, September, October, kind of time, or September, October kind of time frame now. So that was just my reaction. I want to share with you guys, I don't work, but I really worry about all of you who do work and how much, toll it's taking on you. And now we've got 4 more months or whatever of toll on all you all. So just thought I'd share.
Thank you, Commissioner Fornashari, especially for your concern for those of us that are hustling in and out from one place to another. I appreciate it. Thank you. We've had sufficient time. It doesn't appear to be any callers in the queue. Am I correct, Katie?
You are correct, Chair.
So I believe that I will move to a vote. Ms. Sheffield?
Commissioner Toledo?
Yes.
Commissioner Turner?
Yes.
Commissioner Vasquez?
Yes.
Commissioner Yee?
Yes.
Commissioner Ahmed?
Yes.
Commissioner Akutagawa?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Fornashari?
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Yes.
Commissioner Lemons?
Yes.
Commissioner Sadwani?
Yes.
And Commissioner Sinai?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes.
Thank you. All right. So we move on to 9B, Finance and Administration, Commissioners Fernandez and Blanchard.
I'll go. Okay. So let's see. So we've been asked to look at process for approving letters. That came up in Director Claypool's report. There were a couple things going on. There were this letter. There was another letter response to the now Secretary of State's recommendation, prisoners at their home address. And so, we've been given that task, and we'll take care of it. We have a couple other policies that we're going to bring forward, not this meeting, next meeting, but the one after. There has been a request to look at a security policy, and be prepared for the time when and if we can go out and get that prepared and in place. And so I'm not sure what we're going to do. I guess it's up to Chair Taylor at this point. We thought we might expand the role of the cybersecurity committee to be the broader security committee potentially, and then we can work on that policy and just or have that in place and ready to go for when we go out. So we have we're prepared from a security standpoint when it comes to public meetings.
Thank you. And my
Oops.
thank you. My leanings at the moment would be to expand the role of the cybersecurity team, and to add that to that detail. Anything, Commissioner Toledo?
Just a quick question for the committee. Are we planning to do performance reviews? Because I know that for our staff, and just the time frame for that, because I know that was a topic that we talked about as we were hiring staff, that we would do some kind of like 90-day or I can't remember what the exact time frame was, but I think it would be important to just give feedback. Things are going great, things that could be improved, that sort of thing to everyone, just so that we're clear and moving in the same direction.
Yes, and actually, I'll defer to Executive Director Claypool, but he actually brought this up, and they're going to start drafting that, and of course, it'll go through our subcommittee. But I'll defer to Executive Director Claypool.
Executive Director Claypool.
So, where we finally landed on that when we were discussing it during the hiring was that we would do a 1-year evaluation, and that I would go ahead and put together some evaluation criteria, and then clearly it would move through again the Finance and Administrative Committee to take a look at. Typically within the state, you can have earlier evaluations. You can have evaluations for people who are on probation, but we don't have any probationary staff. Or you can, if you decide, you can ask your managers to give people evaluations at any interval you choose, but it would be kind of onerous if it were more than, say, a 3-month or 6-month evaluation, because they take some time to write. And then if there's a problem, then you have to basically go through and make sure that that your staff has been correctly evaluated and so forth. So I would say in this particular case, if there is an evaluation that needs to be given, it could be given informally. If there's something you want improved, make that informal evaluation, but just keep it on a 1-year basis, because that would also conform to when there would be a decision made on whether that individual would receive a merit raise.
Yeah, I mean, when we put together the policy that we approved, we'd agreed on a 1-year annual evaluation process for everyone. Although, I mean, I'm a huge proponent of ongoing feedback as we go along, just to let people know how they're doing in a more informal setting rather than, formal feedback processes, I think, just for me personally, I find it much more effective. And if you do it on a regular basis, it becomes just part of the culture and process of doing business. But again, just to reiterate, the policy we put in place was annual reviews.
Okay, and then just one more thing for transparency purposes. Staff did prepare an evacuation plan because we didn't have one in place yet. So because of the inauguration last week, the governor ordered that the state offices be closed. So we quickly, I shouldn't say we, staff quickly drafted something, we reviewed it, and then we'll bring it to the commission for approval at our next meeting.
Actually went out.
Director Claypool.
Just to add on to that, those all staff are fully informed of that policy for evacuation.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions for the Finance and Administration Subcommittee? We'll move on to 9C, the Gantt chart subcommittee, Commissioners Kennedy and Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. As I mentioned earlier, in light of today's news, we will need to put our noses back to the grindstone on this and generate another iteration of the Gantt chart. I have started work on that, and we, as always, remain a subject to further changes in the census schedule. But we'll have a new version of a Gantt chart for you for the next meeting.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai.
I just wanted to point out that in Hansilo Wang's report that it says it will be released after July 30th. So that does affect so it will be after, and that right now the redistricting data is to be determined. And that came from the census, I believe. So a lot is still up in the air.
Director Claypool.
I'd just like to tell you that the 2010 experience was much the same. The data didn't come until pretty late, and so they started with their public meetings and gathering COI data while the information was being gathered. This does press you deeply into the Supreme Court's deadline, but you are already taking steps to move on to those first series of meetings. So I think that it's a pace that will be manageable to you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Kennedy, I did not assume when I took this that redistricting was going to be our Christmas gift to California. On to agenda item 9D, the line drawers, Commissioners Anderson and Sadwani.
I'll go ahead and speak up on this. Obviously, well, I'm not going to say obviously. The RFP did indeed go out. It is posted on our website. If you go and look under the job opportunities, it is there. It was out for the questioning period. And we did receive a question from Mr. Doug Johnson, who is a redistricting person, who he is a familiar person in all the field of redistricting experts. And he specifically asked, the way he interpreted the RFP was that we were not considering or taking into public consideration their drawing of actually district lines. And that was not the case. We were very specific in the RFP about emphasizing the COI tool, because this is different from last time, from 10 years ago, that we really want people to use the COI tool. And so it looked out of proportion a little bit because we didn't emphasize what kind of maps before, and now we really did emphasize the COI. And so he read it as we're not doing the districting. Raul wrote a very appropriate reply. Yes, it is indeed included, and laid that out. That is also now answered, sent to him. But the legislature then heard this as public comment and was concerned, and wrote a letter, also in public comment for us, that it's all of our intentions to indeed look at district maps. And so we felt, the subcommittee felt that it was indeed time to go ahead and put an addendum out, which we have put together. It is in the process of just going through legal verification and will be posted soon. It basically just adds, it's not a change of scope, of the scope of work. It's just adds the specificity of, we're also considering the districting. And that is part of the discussion that we had a little bit before about, well, when are we doing what? And we can do the COI tools. We can do the COI tools and collecting the communities of interest information with line drawers well before the census data gets here. And that is what we've been considering. And it's just been a little confusion. We really want the community's input before the census data gets here, because as we're hearing more and more, the census data could be a little bit later. Now, there will indeed then be other additional line drawing when other people will be submitting districts to us, to the commission, and we will have line drawers for that. We'll have line drawers well before we start doing actually district maps. So that's kind of that's the bulk of where we are. There's a little bit more in terms of making a bit of, as we change later on when we talk about changing meeting dates. We do have to make a bit of a change there, but that's the update as far as I see it. Commissioner Sadwani, do you want to add in, please?
Sure, just to provide a little additional context. The district maps that Commissioner Anderson is referring to, you might recall, we had discussed in the development of sort of that timeline for the RFP. There was a date at the end of last year in which I had up like a PowerPoint just so that we could see some potential dates. I specifically recall Rosalind Gold from Naleo had called in and said, well, you need to add a date for receiving maps, the actual full district maps from various organizations and entities. And hearing that, we said, yes, absolutely. That is something that the 2010 Commission did. You heard that actually mentioned again in the VRA training, that various organizations and interested parties will go through and draw their own set of maps that they feel would be compliant to the VRA. And so my understanding of the comment from Mr. Johnson was to ensure that we clarify that we will indeed be receiving them. We felt like the language we had was broad enough already to be inclusive of that. And we felt it was our intention. We had discussed it as a commission, but it wasn't specific. So the addendum that Commissioner Anderson speaks of adds that level of specificity. And we're happy to take questions on that.
Any questions or comments for the line drawer subcommittee? You guys, go ahead.
I was just going to note, thank you, Chair, that the RFP is out. So if you happen to know a line drawer, make sure that you share that information with them. The world of line drawers is not that big, but certainly we would love to have a broad pool of applicants to consider.
Commissioner Anderson, it looks like you're on mute.
Sorry, thank you. Any line drawers who are out there, please pay attention and go to our website read the RFP and please make a proposal. We would love it.
Director Seha?
And in addition to that, I know Commissioner Kennedy suggested we post it in a particular site. If you have listservs or places where you feel we should be posting the RFP opportunity, please let us know so we can get it out there.
Thank you. No further questions or comments. We will move on to agenda item number 9E, VRA compliance with Commissioner Sadwani and Yee.
Thank you, Chair. I can chime in a bit, and then Commissioner Sadwani can also chime in. So we brought you yesterday's panel, and we'll continue to look towards further educational opportunities going forward. VRA, very complex, and as we actually start looking at actual districts and so forth, I'm sure questions will continue to develop in our minds. So we'll anticipate that and keep working on that. Meanwhile, of course, the Legal Affairs Committee has been formed. We'll have our first meeting tomorrow with Commissioner Sadwani, Commissioner Toledo, and myself. Commissioner Sadwani will be the initial chair. So tomorrow afternoon, we'll have our first meeting, set some policies. The applications for the VRA and litigation councils, the deadline is 2 days from now. And we have gotten some inquiries, nothing in hand yet, but we think we will have some good candidates to consider. So the actual consideration of those will happen February 10th. And then February 18th, we'll try to narrow down to a decision. That will involve interviews, which the Legal Affairs Committee will conduct, public interviews. And so we're continuing to plan for those.
Thank you, Commissioner Yee. Just to add to that, just as that reminder, that Legal Affairs Committee and the review of all of those applications for VRA counsel and outside litigation will be completely public. All of the documentation will be posted for public viewing, and we welcome public feedback on the applicants. We feel like that's a really important area to receive public feedback. In addition, if I may just take a brief moment, I just kind of would love to just hear from commissioners if the VRA training yesterday was helpful, if it spurred more questions, if so, what else might be useful for the commission. I think we are happy to continue to do trainings. We've thrown around a lot of different ideas within the subcommittee, but it would be great to hear from you all in brief if you have any additional ideas for us.
Commissioner Sinai, then Commissioner Fornashari, then Commissioner Kennedy.
The one question I wrote down that I have as out there is one of the conversations was about the importance of doing historical research on different communities, and I couldn't remember. I knew that that PPI was doing some type of research for us, but I wasn't sure on that historical piece. And I know that it's also come up in conversations with different commissioners about their zones on how we're collecting information and that might be the historical data is different when it comes to VRA, but also how we want to kind of set the stage when we're going into different zones, different community, different, we would have to think through so that we know, since we're not traveling there, we kind of, how to put it in a perspective. But sorry, I'm confusing two things. So let's just stay with the historical information. I was just wondering who's going to do that historical research or how we're going to get that historical research.
Chair, do you want us to respond now, or should we collect all the comments and then respond? However you'd like to
No, I find it better when you can respond directly.
Sure. I think that that's a great point. You know, my understanding from VRA litigation is that there are typically scholars who will attest to historical discrimination. It's not something we've considered previously, but you know, perhaps Commissioner Yee and I could brainstorm a little bit and put together. We had previously talked about a briefing book, and then we kind of let that go, and we thought maybe there's going to be new legislation. Now we hear maybe there's not going to be new legislation, but perhaps if we revisited that, I'm hesitant to say those scholars who appear in VRA litigation cases would be willing to, for free, provide such research. But I think if we could identify scholars who would be willing to, write a 1 to 2 page document about the application of the VRA to historically discriminated against communities, I think that might be valuable to us as a commission. And I think Commissioner Yee and I could discuss that further. I'm not sure how that relates to the zone outreach piece. If there's a specific tie-in or something there, that please let us know, and we'd be happy to be responsive.
I think we're going to look to our VRA council once that council is in place to guide us in some of this and recommend to us, what research we should do, and we'll work together with council to pursue that.
That's right. I will also add, I thought it was really interesting, the perspective of Mr. Dunn in his training yesterday, that while we could have VRA counsel, we could also employ secondary opinion specifically on application of Section 2 of the VRA, right? And to write kind of reports about when, where, why we would draw districts that we believe are compliant with the VRA. I actually really liked that suggestion. Certainly that would have budgetary considerations for us to consider. But I think it certainly would be the commission covering itself as we develop districts that we believe to be VRA compliant.
Thank you, Commissioner Fornashari.
I thought the presentation and the discussion were outstanding and really, really helpful. Also kind of overwhelming. How are we going to do this? Kind of thing. I think both points that were just brought up about the history and about the second opinion kind of thing, I think we need to not lose those points and keep considering those things. I would just, as we get closer, I'd just like to have another refresher.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. I thought yesterday was extremely valuable. Looking forward to more. I would still encourage you to ask around through Mr. Dunn and any others to see if you can identify any moot court exercises related to VRA. I had mentioned previously that streetlaw.org has some resources online related to redistricting. They don't, as far as I can tell, they don't include moot court exercises, but I don't know, maybe they have some that aren't right there on their website or something. But I think watching a moot court exercise that is based on VRA would be very useful to us. I also think that there are the cases that were brought against the work of the 2010 Commission. I think it would be useful for us to have someone walk us through those cases, what they were based on, what the arguments were. I think that's going to help us be that much more prepared for anything that might hit us. So those are my two thoughts at this point.
Commissioner Sadwani, you have a response?
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Commissioner Kennedy. We'll certainly look into the moot court exercise. I do recall that you had mentioned that previously. My apologies for not following up on that sooner. In terms of the 2010 cases, I know, I had a conversation about this, or email exchange, I suppose, with Ms. Johnston some time ago. And I know, Ms. Johnston, you had been contacted, I think it was by a graduate student or a law student who was tracking the cases. I haven't followed up with that student. I was thinking about it and I haven't, but I think that this might be a great area for us. Or if we could even get the law student, I believe in Wisconsin or Michigan, and perhaps was thinking about it for the Michigan Commission, perhaps. But perhaps if we could find a law student here in California who would be interested to kind of take this on for us and kind of provide us that overview, I think that would be really exciting. If anyone has contacts at a law school, or I can certainly reach out to some folks and see if that's something that could be doable.
Thank you. Ms. Johnston, did you have a response?
I was also going to say that the Supreme Court argument in the Shelby County case is available online. If anybody's interested in reviewing that, I can get the citation for them.
Thank you. I think, yes, that would be helpful to have in our repository of information. Commissioner Anderson, and then Commissioner Turner, then Commissioner Kuchikawa.
Actually, thank you. I didn't really have my hand raised at this time. My only one idea, which I think I've already mentioned, is it was great. Presentation was very good. And I love the different points brought up. I would also agree with Commissioner Fornshari. Great deal of information. I would like us at some point to do in the training kind of a little bit of a workshop. Actually, how would it really apply? And because it's nothing like trying to do the work, that really put your hands on, and with completely made up information. So there's no way anyone thinks we're actually trying to do the work. We're not. This is really just to go, how would we do this work? But thank you. Keep on going.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Commissioners Satwani and Ye, I want to thank you for continually putting this type of presentation in front of us. I found it to be helpful and also still challenging. I think when there's not the background that you all typically have, sometimes information, it's like, okay, am I absorbing it or am I not? I'm not sure all the time. What I am hopeful in this entire process is that as we're moving forward, having more conversations, I'm more sticking than I can imagine, that I would have imagined is. So I'm going to hold on to that some of this is sticking as well. Now, for this past presentation, I did appreciate the examples that were used. It did drive more questions in my mind, some of which have already been discussed. As far as the research component, there was the one piece when we were talking about if someone just called and says my community needs to be together because of whatever the particular ethnicity was. And you couldn't use that, but there is research you can do around it and see if they're historically, underserved. And I kept thinking, well, who's doing that research? Where is that in the training, right? So I'm glad we're talking about that piece. And Commissioner Anderson, thank you, because I am still hopeful that in this COVID moment, the time that we're in, that there are ways to do more of a workshop that will offer a different method of learning and being able to assess and be able to speak the information where it can either be corrected or what have you. Sometimes I'm like, I think I'm tracking, but I don't necessarily trust me to say that again. I'm going to rely on Commissioners Sadwani and Anderson and all those of you that have that. I'd like to access it as well. And maybe that's happening. I don't 100% know if it is right now. So yes, additional presentations, a different learning format, a quiz, I don't care what, something I'd like to suggest, particularly for this part of the Commission's work. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Commissioners Akutagawa and Commissioners Ahmad.
Yeah, yesterday's, I just want to say both Professor Dunn, but also the panel was very interesting and helpful, and it did create some questions. One of the things that stuck in my mind, and I don't know if it's necessarily relevant right now, but it did stick in my mind, is what Professor Dunn said about, I guess what I heard is there seems to be some debate as to whether or not these independent, like us, redistricting commissions will remain legal. That was an interesting one. I don't necessarily think it's a question for training, but I just wanted to say that out loud. I think what was interesting, and I think this kind of goes back to some of what Professor Dunn was saying about, like the communities of interest. What I found interesting was just this idea about the VRA not necessarily being most helpful for some communities. And I think that I feel like maybe worth a further exploration, because, and this may relate to partly what Commissioner Anderson was saying about, just like, when the rubber meets the road, how do we start really applying all of this? And as we're starting to actually get into it, is that when we're going to kind of start to understand what was said about, like, VRA doesn't necessarily, it's not the silver bullet, as I think Ms. Moss said about, just how we think about VRA and other things like that. And I know that a caller asked about, what does this mean in terms of, non-race-based communities, like where socioeconomic status may be impacted by this. I don't know if I'm just making, like, overthinking this, but there does seem to be, at least in my mind, I mean, I would like some more clarity and maybe just some more exploration of it, because I hadn't thought about it in that way before. And now I'm kind of like, oh man, it's like, I feel like I have to do a kind of a mindset shift in terms of how I think about what I thought VRA was supposed to mean. And now kind of like, what's this going to mean for, especially some of the smaller communities. And what does this mean for even other communities that we may not think about in terms of race too? So.
Thank you. Commissioner Ackman.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to quickly uplift Commissioner Anderson's idea of hands-on workshop style. And we can even, go away from Earth and go to, the Kree galaxy or Dormir or anywhere in the Avengers comics and do our redistricting there or elsewhere. But I really like that idea of putting it, tangible activity that not only myself can learn, all of us can learn, but everyone watching can take away some lessons and key learning points as well.
Thank you. Let me second your thoughts, Commissioner Ahmad. I agree. Commissioner Sadwani, maybe if you can, Commissioner Yee, maybe you can help me with a little bit of clarity too. The racial polarized voting, is that driven by our VRA council, or is that a separate issue that we have to analyze and then push ourselves?
Sure. So the racially polarized voting analysis, RPV, we would hire out a separate analyst or statistician to do that analysis, but we would do it at the advice of council. So, previously we had talked about running RPV statewide. We ultimately decided not to move forward with that. It was just too costly and wouldn't really get us that much additional information in terms of actually drawing the districts. So we have kind of put that to the side for now. And I think our intention, and Commissioner Yee, please correct me if I misspeak here, but soon after we are able to hire a VRA attorney, we would then employ a RPV analyst. There's a handful of people who typically do this analysis in VRA litigation cases. Many of them are political scientists. And the idea being that they would be looking for where there is polarization within various communities that would satisfy those jingles requirements under Section 2, right? That Mr. Dunn had talked about, where we anticipate a community's vote could otherwise become diluted. But yet at the same time, that there's enough members of that community and that they are geographically compact enough to create that district. And so I think in response to, Commissioner Akutagawa and the concern for various communities, I think you're right? Like it's not, the VRA has not been applied to all communities that have ever faced discrimination here in the United States, largely because many of those communities are not, there's not enough people in a geographic space to consider them from a redistricting standpoint. That's not to say they haven't been discriminated against. It's not to say that that discrimination isn't valid generally, but that it's not going to necessarily influence the redistricting component. I hope that answers your question.
That's right. So the RPV analysis has to be done. But there are two options. One is that we do go out and hire, probably through an interagency agreement, an analyst to have the work done, or the VRA Council. We may have an option to have the VRA Council pursue its own RPV analysis, or both. Part of the question, you may recall, is the discussion of confidentiality, whether the analysis would be kept confidential as an attorney work product, and there's some arguments for doing that. So it's a little bit remains to be seen, but the analysis will definitely have to be done one way or another.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, this will be the optimal time to take our last break before we conclude the day, and we'll return with agenda item 9F, outreach and engagement. So see you guys back at 3:30. Thank you. Good afternoon. It is 3:30, January 27th. Of the California Citizens Redistricting Commission meeting, day 2. We are returning to agenda item number 9F, outreach and engagement, with Commissioners Sinai and Vasquez.
Thank you. I was just looking, oh, there you are, Commissioner Vasquez. Why don't you begin?
Sure. So I think the bulk of our update, we are going to invite everyone to share their outreach updates, but I think we had most of the actual updates yesterday at the top of the meeting. So I guess I will pause and make sure, not make assumptions, and make sure that folks have shared what they would like to about any meetings that they have had or scheduled in terms of outreach in their zones.
As well as any challenges you might be having, so we can brainstorm collectively.
Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. I'll just share that on today. I had an opportunity to participate on a panel with Sierra Health Foundation. There was about 120 or so individuals that were there for Region 4 and Census Region 4, predominantly Region 6, and some from the other region as well. There were a lot of funders there that was interested in redistricting. There was also a lot of the coalition partners that worked through census. And so, of course, I did make them aware of our website, told them that all of the commissioners throughout California was willing to do presentations and was wanting to make sure that they are reaching out to all of their partners to make them aware of the process. So it was a very good, I think, convening. All of the speakers that was there with Jakar Movement, and Camila was on from Dolores Huerta Foundation. I was on the panel with those two. And we had some elected officials and a lot of the census people, Cindy. it was a good session. So I just wanted to share that. Not so much that we set up anything on the meeting, but I did make the invitation and there was a lot of people interested. Some of our speakers that we've had before, in addition to Camila, even those from the Black Census and Redistricting Hub was on, and there were lots of amazing things said about us on behalf of our commission, and extreme appreciation for us reaching out in regards to language access. And so I think we're off to a great start as a 2020 commission.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Some of that positive feedback also is very helpful to know that we're traveling down the right road with our constituents. Commissioner Yee.
Yes, last week I had a chance to guest lecture at a colleague's class on gerrymandering and to talk about the commission's work. That's at St. Mary's College, California. And in the Q&A, interestingly, the students, most of the questions actually, I think January 6th was fresh on everyone's minds in Washington, D.C. And most of the questions had to do with, are you worried for your own safety, stepping up to be a public official? And I wasn't expecting that, but so we got to discuss that a bit. But encourage the students to get involved and also to think about, applying for the 2030 commission.
Thank you, Commissioner Farshari.
So Zone E has finally made a breakthrough, and I've had a meeting with Maricela Morales from Cause Now, and Central Coast Alliance United for a Sustainable Economy. And she provided some written feedback that's up on the website about the Mixteco language of the indigenous peoples of southern Mexico. And so we talked a lot about that and how to engage that community, and she gave some really good direction on that. We also talked about the Region E and about the different regions and how they fit together, the different farming regions in particular. She sent along a list of all the organizations that were involved in redistricting in the 2011 effort, and so that was outstanding. She's working on putting together they're working on getting together a list of organizations for this time around, but it's a great place to start. So that was really, really helpful. She's going to call in tomorrow during our language access presentation.
Thank you. Any other comments related to outreach?
I think Commissioner Anderson has her hand up.
I see it, Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you. I had a follow-up with the Commissioner, actually, Farshari. Were those the list of all the people who were involved in the 2010, was that exclusively for, well, now it's called Zone E, or was it in other areas?
Yeah, no, it was Zone E. It was the 6 counties in Zone E, and I forwarded that to Deputy Director Hernandez.
Thank you.
Yeah, but we'll use that to as our basis for further outreach.
Great, and I think this committee, if there are no other outreach updates from the commissioners, this committee is, oh, yes, Director Zaya.
Wanted to remind commissioners that as you're setting up these meetings and even completing them, to copy Marcy or one of us so that we can keep track of the total meetings that we've done, educational meetings included, please.
Ready on that, are you asking for just one-on-one conversations as well as formal educate, everything?
Just presentations, yeah.
Just presentations, not just one-on-one conversations. Okay.
Yeah.
Ms. Kaplan, go ahead.
And just to clarify, if you can send what was done to date, the the new speaker request form that will be on the website hopefully today and that we will share with everyone will now streamline that process. So it will all come to me and then I'll coordinate with you all so that we have it in one place. So as you get requests, redirect folks to the link and then it will funnel in. So just any that you have done so far to make sure that we're tracking those as well. Thank you.
Ms. Kaplan, that's a wonderful update. So there's going to be a speaker request form on the We Draw the Lines website, correct?
Yes, I believe we're working to get that up today, but we'll confirm with all of you. It's completed and there's a link available, so we'll circulate that as well.
Thank you. That's much appreciated. Thank you.
Commissioner Taylor, you had asked me just to update really quickly regarding the presentation tomorrow. It's with the API initiative in San Diego, and it'll be Commissioner Ahmed and I on Facebook Live, and we're sharing the link on our Twitter, on Twitter, I believe, to make if people want to follow along or see it.
Thank you. That's great. Can we, Director Seha, Ms. Reyes, can we make sure that that is accomplished? And can we also get that posted to Instagram where we doubled our following today? It's amazing.
Yeah, all that is going on our social media and on the website. It's already in the queue for posting. Would you like us to go through the actual link so that you can see the information we're gathering?
Absolutely. And a shout out to Statewide Database that's now following us.
If Marcy, you want to do that or?
Freddie, just because I'm on this other computer, I don't know if I have access to the link. Could you bring it up?
Yeah, I can. Okay. I will be your Vanna White.
All right.
While Freddie's doing that, I just wanted to update everybody. As you can, now that we have staff, the outreach committee has kind of changed a little bit on what our focus has been. Obviously, we're still here to support you all in your outreach efforts as staff is as well. But we're continuing to bring in panels and listen to, getting us ready for the community. So as we said earlier, please do share those areas you feel that we could use more information on. Angela, did you want to give an update?
Sure, yes. This is a good time, I think, to say that I will be stepping down from the outreach committee so that I can focus my limited capacity, given I have a full-time job as well as still recovering 10 months on from long COVID. I want to be able to devote my capacity to supporting Commissioner Turner in Zone F with our actual outreach. So with that, we'll be stepping down from the committee, and I believe we have a volunteer who is stepping up to replace me. Commissioner Fornashari?
That's correct. We do have a volunteer. We just want to make sure that it's equitable to all. Is there anyone else that would like to volunteer to replace Commissioner Vasquez? Commissioner Fornashari, it is yours. Commissioner Kennedy?
I would volunteer, but I think that Commissioner Fornashari, being of a different political party and a different part of the state, is a better fit for it than I would be.
I would agree that is a more fit, and it helps it helps to convey the message that we want to represent to all of California. So if there's no objections, I'm in full support of Commissioner Fornashari taking that space.
Thank you, Commissioner Fornashari, and thank you, Commissioner Sinai. It's been wonderful working with you, and we'll still be working together. So, but yeah, thank you for everyone. Yeah, that's it for me.
Thank you, Angela, for your work thus far. I appreciate it.
Freddie, are you going to talk?
I was going to do, I just don't know if I should be called on or, sorry.
Yeah.
Ms. Kaplan and Director, you guys have it. When you went to the share screen, you left. So the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Freddie, for queuing this up. So this is the request form with just a brief overview at the beginning. We did include a 7-day request just in order for staff to have time to coordinate scheduling with commissioners through this process. So if there's input on that, I understand, even now we're getting last minute requests. So it's more of a recommendation for folks who are requesting. And it's also noted here that this is for non-in-person events. So just the event title, description, date and time. There may be folks who don't already have a specific time in mind, and so we're asking to give range of dates to just help facilitate scheduling. The amount of time that they want, they're requesting the commissioner to speak for, their contact name, phone, email, the organization name, a brief description of the organization, location, although these are going to be online in order for us to facilitate which commissioners, which zones, just requesting that location so I can identify which commissioners would be speaking, just an estimate number of individuals attending, the target audience to get a sense, is it business leaders, community members, specific, just to have a sense for the commissioners as you're going into these presentations. If anyone else will be speaking, who will be those folks, what platform will they be using, and if there is recording capacity, as Commissioner or as Director Claypool noted earlier, that we are going to want to record these sessions, and when commissioners are presenting to a particular group, just recording the presentation section and Q&A. And then and for promotional purposes for communications team to be able to promote these as well. And then we thought this is a good place to also have folks join our email list to sign up there. So I don't know if there's other items that folks think would be helpful to have as you're going into presentations. Again, this would all funnel into a spreadsheet that then staff would be sharing with the commissioners when narrowing down potential dates.
Ms. Johnson and Commissioner Yee.
To make expectations clear, should there also be a notice on this that at this time the commissioners are only providing information about the redistricting process and not taking input?
Okay. I'll have that added in.
Commissioner Yee.
Thank you for this good work. A couple of questions. There's situations where people come to us. Of course, we can refer them to this form, but there may be times when it's just easier for us to fill it out, for an event. So I just want to make sure that's okay.
Yeah.
Second, the recording requirement, I think that probably still needs some discussion. I mean, we're not going to make it a requirement, I don't think, based on this morning's discussion. But if it's possible, I mean, it's a whole technical task then to get the recording, upload the recording, all that stuff. So I think we probably somebody needs to discuss that more.
then also I'm thinking it would be good to have a follow-up form for commissioners to fill out after the event, just to document what actually happened, what did you talk about, what handouts did you give out, or what slides did you use, in the spirit of this morning's discussion. That way that is documented, and if anyone questioned what happened at that event, you would actually have that documentation to refer to. So maybe a tickler email that goes out after the event that commissioners fill out.
Yeah. So I've added columns into the spreadsheet that this would go into. And so I think if there are particular, I'll take note of what Commissioner Yee noted. If there's other feedback on things that you would like to keep track of, please share those with me as well, so I can make sure that that's included in that follow-up after.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Two things. One, three things. Number one, thank you for doing this. Look forward to having it up there on the website. Number two, as far as promotion, seems to me like it might be useful particularly to Freddie, to have a question as to whether the event would be open to media, so that if so, we could promote it to media as well. And then finally, a lot of these, and I realize that, or I'm seeing that Nation Builder has some limitations with how it handles stuff, but I'm wondering, some of your questions require two different data elements in response. And if it's feeding into a spreadsheet, we want to be able to sort the spreadsheet eventually, it seems to me that you would just want one response per question. So date would be separate from time, those sorts of things, so that when it goes into the spreadsheet, each field is sortable. Thank you.
If I may add, I'm sorry. We're actually using Google Spreadsheets, Google Docs to generate the form. So everything's we can manipulate any aspect of it. So splitting up questions into two or whatever.
Any other questions or comments? Deputy Executive Director Hernandez.
Yes, thank you. In regards to the recording, I had mentioned it in my report that we would be recording these events. If we wanted to have further discussion on that as to whether or not that's feasible or necessary, we can. But my understanding is that because it's in Google or Zoom or any of the other platforms, that the function is easy to do. You press a button and it's essentially going to record. The communication to the community-based organization would be to ask to record the session, the educational session that the commissioners are presenting, not their entire meeting or anything before or anything after. So that's the intent. I mentioned it earlier, but if we need to discuss that, I think it's pertinent to do so now before we move on.
Commissioner Turner, then Commissioner Fernandez, and Commissioner Ahmed.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the discussion. I am wondering, to the last comment, when I'm conducting a Zoom meeting, and if I choose to record, typically I do so because I want to, retain the whole, all of whatever's discussed, whatever the training is. If we're asking community partners to record only the portion of the presentation, I don't necessarily know how they would do that, to have one piece part that's ours and another piece part that they can retain for whatever they're recording. I just wanted to lift that. I'm not sure what that would look like without splitting their recordings.
Ms. Kaplan, do you have a response?
Yes, and so this ties into staff joining these sessions and working with the organization for them to allow staff the permission to record. And so then staff can support in that effort to just be recording that portion of the session when it is commissioner joining a non-public meeting.
Commissioner Turner, do you have a follow-up to your question?
No, I need to go back in the queue.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Okay, and mine was kind of associated with Commissioner Turner. I just wanted, if we're asking to record, we have to ask for permission if we can record, and if that's the case, then maybe on our request form, should we put something in there in terms of can we record, just so we kind of know ahead of time? Because I'm assuming we not only have to ask who's inviting us, but we would have to approval from everyone that's there as well, I would think. Anyway, that was just a question I needed to get some clarification on.
Thank you, Commissioner Hochman.
Thank you. Just on the recording piece, I think it depends on how you're accessing it. So if you're watching it like a webinar type style, where it's just a screen and you're watching someone else, versus being a participant or a panelist in the meeting. So if you scroll on this Zoom window, I just tested it out myself. I just clicked record and it started recording. And the recording will save. So I don't know if we should necessarily ask our community partners to record, or if we even need staff there to record, because if it's a platform like this, it takes like 2 seconds to click the record button, and then it'll download onto the computer afterwards, and then we can send it over. I don't know if I'm creating more work for ourselves. I don't want to, if that we don't have to, but just throwing that out there.
Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. I wanted to, I'm still preferring that we not record and not have to record if we utilize consistent data. We have material. This is the question that's been asked and answered. This is what we're presenting. These are our frequently asked questions, and these are the answers to them. I think if we could commit as a commission that this is what we're delivering, I would want to just really push back and say that I really don't, it's education. I think it feels like we're making it more difficult than what we need to in having to record every public education session.
Ms. Gomez, do you have a response? Ms. Reyes?
I actually have a comment and a question. If we do record and if we do have to ask permission from the community partners, my question is kind of directed more to council, is if similarly when we have like a filming of the public, like there has to be some kind of disclaimer, right? So if we're in a private public presentation, like it's their Rotary meeting, for example, we have to ask them permission. So then do we have to draft language for that permission or allowance? And then that would have to be uniform throughout if we decide to go moving forward to recording the portion that's going to be presented to these community partners.
No, I think in general, it's great to go ahead and ask for permission to record. Your question is kind of open-ended in that when it comes just to the general public, I'm walking down the street and somebody's recording, there's not a whole lot I can do about it because I'm out there in public. And so just as if a conversation, if you're talking on your cell phone walking down the street, if somebody happens to hear it, they hear it. But when it comes to, say in particular, when a closed entity, say like law enforcement, and they're having some type of closed session meeting and they want to invite you guys to come and speak, I think it would be imperative to ask permission to record, and chances are they'll probably give notification to those that are coming into that particular briefing room or whatever the case may be. Does that answer your question? Because it varies, but that's just more of a generic response. But just in general, you couldn't just walk into my house and record. You have to ask my permission. So.
And then
Commissioner Kuskawa,
oh, I'm sorry. On the other comment that Commissioner Ahmad said, as far as recording it on the Zoom capability, when the Zoom is set up, sometimes the host doesn't set it up where it allows you to record. So permission would need to be asked of the host, just so you are able to record it.
You know what?
Commissioner Kutagawa, then Commissioner Sadwani.
So I just want to follow up real quickly on what Ms. Gomez said. One, yeah, the host is the one that can control who records. The host is the one who's also going to receive whatever recording there is. Secondly, I want to just comment on asking permission. When we do public events or any event that is like just my organization, but it is people who come, we're obligated, if we're taking photos or videos, we are obligated to notify people that we're taking photos and videos that could be used in a public way, whether it's on the website or something else. So I would guess that that kind of same principle would apply here. Whether it's for a specific group, but if it's recorded, I think we, as a courtesy, need to let everybody know. I think Zoom also will, I've noticed, depending on what version of Zoom you have, when the meeting is being recorded, as a person comes in, or if the recording starts after a person comes in, a message will pop up that says, this meeting is being recorded. Do you want to stay, or you could choose to exit the meeting? So now it does automatically force that kind of notification. Thirdly, I want to just follow up on what Commissioner Turner said about whether or not recording should be done anyways, if it's for education and if we're following a very similar type of agenda. I want to just also lift up what she said as well too. I've been thinking a lot about the recording, not recording. I'll be honest. I mean, I have mixed feelings about that, and I only say that I know that in the interest of public disclosure and all that, but I think there's some groups that may feel uncomfortable being recorded, even though there's nothing untoward happening. I mean, we're just giving a very basic presentation about redistricting, but I would be cautious about doing something that could put a damper on the potential participation of those that we want to reach, because they may just feel uncomfortable with the recording. And if there's not really maybe I'll just say a legally compelling reason that we have to record, then I would be cautious about recording just for the sake of recording.
Ms. Johnston, and then Commissioner Fernandez.
When you get to the point of having your public input meetings, there is a statute saying that anybody has an absolute right to record as long as it's not being disruptive to the meeting. So just so you realize that at some point it will become something that can be recorded, no matter whether people want it to be or not.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, thank you, Mariam, for that clarification. But I would assume that because it's our meeting and we can set the parameters. Again, I mean, I agree with Commissioner Kutagawa and Commissioner Turner. I personally don't think we should record. And what if someone that reached out to us wants us to do an educational session, and they don't want us to record? So are we not going to accept that request? I mean, I prefer not to record.
Director Seha, do you have a response?
Yeah. I think just quickly for speaking on a staff level, if we were to record, it would mostly be for our own purposes, to repurpose on social media and to use snippets to highlight the commissioners at their work, not necessarily to put the entire presentation out after every single one, because we're going to have 50 versions of the same presentation over and over, which would be redundant and boring. But I also wanted to mention that when we are recording, we are able to go into the view on Zoom and do speaker view only. So it's only the speaker that shows up on my screen, and we're not capturing the people around. So that's another option too, to do away with recording other people that might not want to be recorded.
Commissioner Lamont?
I wanted to support not making recording a requirement unless there's some legally compelling reason that we have to do it. That's often a barrier, particularly with certain communities. And the whole point of this is we're trying to lower barriers, not create them. And when we're talking about this, we're talking about the education piece. And I just want to make that distinction. We're not talking about the other input meetings. We put that line in the sand that they're different. There's a different guidance and frame that we have to have around the input meetings, but these are the education meetings. And so I think if we wanted, we could always do for our own purposes for the website or social media. I thought we were going to do a recorded version anyway that people could download from the website and use. So maybe we could take those snippets from there, or we can stage those snippets and commissioners can just record some of the segments if we want to use them for promotional purposes. But none of those purposes to me should be a reason for us to insist upon recording the public meeting, the public education meetings. Thank you.
Commissioner Sadwani?
I've actually seen Chief Counsel Marshall has had her hand up. May I defer to her?
Oh yeah, it's been a minute.
Counsel Marshall?
Thank you, Commissioner Salani. Just a quick comment, just to make sure that there's a distinction in between non-CRC events and CRC events. I have found no law that requires non-CRC events to be recorded. It's totally a prerogative.
Commissioner Sadwani?
Yes, thank you. I had originally raised my hand to be in agreement with Commissioner Turner. I don't think that these need to be recorded, and I would prefer to not have them recorded. I'm wondering, since these issues keep coming up around the educational meetings, and I don't mean to add more work to your plate, Ms. Marshall, but perhaps it's worth having a one-page document that we can all agree upon about what is our legal interpretation of these educational meetings? What are the boundaries of them? What are the expectations of the commissioners during this time, such as not taking any public input, and that recording is not required, as these are meetings of other organizations. I don't know if that would be helpful, but I feel like it would offer us some clarity moving forward that this is our confirmed understanding of the law and what we are operating under.
Commissioner Lamont has already beat you to the punch, and so I totally agree.
Sorry.
Commissioner Kudogawa?
Not sure if this came up in the earlier conversation, but something that Commissioner Sadwani just said just got me thinking. I do believe it does sound like that staff will be joining us, or a staff member will be joining us if we're going to be making an education presentation. I'm just thinking it helps sometimes to have somebody who's going to be able to do a little blocking and tackling. Then, so if some member of the audience wants to stray into public comment, perhaps we can tag team on making sure, and maybe this can be something that the staff member, if they're willing to do, is to help us, chime in and say, hey, this strays into the public comment, and the commissioner will not be taking those kind of questions or taking that kind of input.
Commissioner Lamont?
Can you give some clarity on that, Chair? I think we talked about this earlier. And I know that, or I believe that Commissioner Vasquez was on the page of wanting that support at the meeting, but I didn't think that we had gotten agreement that that staff was going to be at all these meetings. It doesn't seem like it's going to be doable, number one, for the size of our staff to be at all of these meetings. And I would also imagine that some of these meetings might be happening simultaneously. So it sounded like that was a possibility where requested or potentially needed, but certainly not a staple of what these education meetings were going to be. So I just want some clarity on that, because I think that will cause some logistical issues and scheduling issues. We have a very small staff, and it's 14 of us, and that's probably about, what do we have, 2? And if we hire those other positions, we're talking maybe 6. And I wouldn't imagine that we will be expecting our Director Seha or our directors to be at education meeting with us to ward off questions from the public. I think we kind of talked about earlier being clear with our parameters and knowing that keeping our Q&A to a clarification, Q&A to the content of the presentation, and being able to say that we can't respond to those types of questions, and then redirecting those questions to the appropriate mechanisms via email or our meetings, et cetera, for that kind of input. So I just wanted to get clarity on that so we don't get confused on what we're doing.
So the best of my understanding, we have not required that a staff member be present in any of the educational outreach meetings. So that would have to speak directly to the outreach plan of Deputy Executive Director Hernandez. Does he have something to speak to that?
I will take another look at it to see if we do say we're going to have a staff person, but I don't recall at this point. If you give me a minute, I'll look through it.
Thank you. Any other question, Commissioner Anderson?
I have a quick one, which is not nearly this deep. I missed on the form, the actual request for a speaker form. Is there a line that says that they can request who they want?
Ms. Kaplan, you have a response?
No, it's not on there. So we were going to auto assign based on the zone, but if you want that added.
Yeah, please, because I know someone actually, they contacted me because they wanted they want a particular, so I think that would help.
Okay.
It can be underneath, but there's certain people will certainly want that on there. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Fernandez?
I guess twofold. One, in response to Commissioner Anderson's request, if there is something on there that they request a specific commissioner, I would, if it happens to be in my zone, I would like to at least be informed that there's some sort of educational meeting going on in the zone. And then also back to Commissioner Alon's point about staff being there. I agree that they don't have to be there. One, it's another scheduling person you have to coordinate schedules with. And then 2, if they're with you, then they're not doing probably some of the other stuff that we really need them to do. I mean, just even in our meetings yesterday, today, and then tomorrow, I mean, that's 2.5 days of all of the other wonderful work that they're doing. So I would be of the opinion that they don't have to be there.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? I guess I do have one comment. I don't think that we should necessarily shy away when given the opportunity to record a meeting. If they feel it's allowable, we should do it. We should ask, make that attempt. And if not, we proceed accordingly. I think we're going to find out the legal ramifications of recording at the very end when it's noted in when it's noted in the legal action. Executive Director Hernandez, go ahead.
Yes, I've perused the education outreach or the outreach plan, and there does not reference anything that requires a staff to attend the educational presentations. I think that was just something that we were talking about outside of the strategic plan.
Thank you. Commissioner Lamont?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that I didn't raise that point to suggest that if that support's needed, that we couldn't ask for it. But I just wanted to clarify that that wasn't a requirement. So I just wanted to further clarify that. I'm not even taking a position and saying that I don't think staff should be there. If someone needs that support and staff is available to do that, by all means. But I didn't feel like we had agreed that it was a requirement, and my position would be that it shouldn't be.
Thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa?
Thank you. And I appreciate the clarification. I think maybe some further clarification, because it could go the other way, is that we could just go ahead and move on without the staff. And so maybe it would be helpful to know maybe some general guidelines. Are there certain types of presentations that the staff might want to be at? Does it make sense for them to be at? Or if not, I mean, it's just if they can go and they know what's coming up and they want to try to join us, they will. But in the meantime, as commissioners, if we receive requests directly, we'll let the staff know, but we'll just keep moving along and just, schedule it.
Deputy Hernandez, you have a response?
Yes, I would agree with that, only because, we are limited on staff. So I don't want to hinder the commissioners from doing so. The idea was just to make sure that we had a record of those presentations, and if need be, staff was available to help in that effort to record those presentations and answer any additional questions from the community-based organization, not so much from the audience members, but from the community-based organization on either the platform that's being used, the links, things of that nature.
Commissioner Vasquez and Commissioner Lamont.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine, and we should proceed with staff flexibility. Y'all know your workload, and you are professionals who can say, this week I'm slammed, can't make any presentations, and perhaps even if support is requested, we do have more than one staff now, so there can also be a bit of sharing of this as necessary. Thank goodness, but I'll be honest, I'm working 50 hours a week plus, full business days that are taken away doing this work and weekend work. So we're going to be busy. So I definitely understand that staff is overloaded, and we're all, I think, firing on all cylinders and just negotiating our capacity and giving each other grace. So I certainly don't think it has to be a requirement that staff attend these meetings, but certainly I know that I feel like I would be more efficient in particular meetings, not having to shepherd certain administrative follow-up tasks or, let me get back to you. And now I have 4 people I have to follow up with about specific questions that they have, which are honestly much better fielded through and by staff. I just don't have the bandwidth to do that. And those are better addressed by the staff that we hired to do those things.
Thank you, Commissioner Lamont.
I have way more opinions on this than I ever dreamed I would have. I'm shocked. I really am. I'm like, really? I have another comment about this? But I do. And I think that so there's a delineation for me in staff attending the presentation with me, as opposed to supporting the logistics and the organization of even setup of the meeting. So I might need some support with that. Like if someone reaches out and wants, if they fill out that form, I wouldn't expect the form to just be sent to me. and then I take it from there. So I wasn't thinking that this was a solo commission operation, that we have our little PowerPoint and we're just off doing our thing. So I hope that's not what I'm hearing. So I want to just clarify for myself that I do think that the presentation should be coordinated with staff. Now, coordinated is a very broad statement, but coordinated with staff, whether the person reaches out to us directly or not, because they should be tracking this and they're keeping track of it for us and all of that. Now, that coordination could take on a different level of complexion depending upon the group, what the needs are, et cetera. And I guess that's that flexibility that I think Commissioner Vasquez is talking about, that I'm talking about as well, that I'm not asking you to join me at the meeting where that's a half hour, hour of your time where you're basically kind of sitting there with me. I don't personally need that, but I may need you to give them the heads up on what to expect, whatever that frontline introduction information is. You can expect Commissioner Lamont at such and such time, and then I show up and do my thing and get out of there. And any follow-up would, again, come to the staff. I wouldn't be fielding follow-up calls after the meeting and all that. I would not want to take on that responsibility either. So I think maybe staff might want to give us a little outline of how this is going to work and what our options are, because I think there are some varying needs among us, and I'm sure that it can all be handled and taken care of. And I promise that's my last comment on this.
Thank you, Deputy Executive Director Hernandez. You have a response.
I do. Yes, that is what we are planning on doing. Marcy was shaking her head as you were speaking about giving you some direction and guidance as far as what we're going to do on your behalf in the planning and coordinating and so forth, and making sure that as we are reaching out to these community-based organizations, they have an understanding of what to expect for the presentation, and you also have an understanding of what to expect for the presentation itself. So that's something that Marcy and I are working on to share with you. As soon as we get an opportunity to do so, we will get that out to you for the purposes of moving forward and coordinating these educational presentations. So I think we're thinking what your needs might be ahead of time. We just haven't got that information out to you because we were waiting predominantly on the educational plan or the outreach plan to move forward with some of these other elements that are tied to the plan.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? So I think that we're able to close the book on agenda item 9F, outreach and engagement. All right, so now on to agenda item number 9G, language access, acknowledging that we have space on the agenda specifically for this item tomorrow at 10 a.m. Commissioners Akutagawa and Commissioners Fernandez.
Yes, so tomorrow we'll discuss our recommendations. So there's nothing further to discuss right now.
Thank you. On to agenda item number 9H, materials development. Commissioners Fernandez and Commissioners Sadwani.
What I just said, but for, let's see, agenda 15, we'll discuss that tomorrow. Is that okay, Commissioner Sadwani?
Yes, I might also raise, I know you and Freddie are looking at me like, don't do it. I just wanted to raise to the commission as well as to the chair that I feel like, as has been mentioned, by Commissioner Fornashari, recognizing the enormous amount of work that many of us are taking on. And I think Commissioner Vasquez mentioned as well, I feel like I'm on many committees, and I'd like to ask to step back from this one. I feel like especially this coming month with the, the RFIs and RFPs for line drawer, VRA council, and outside litigation all coming to a head. I feel like I will certainly already be spending quite a lot of time on that work. That being said, I do know my recommendation, and I believe we have a volunteer from Commissioner Sinai. I know she has a lot of input to give in this committee. You know, I think also just following the spirit of, you know, having different parties on subcommittees, it would be exchanging a Democrat for a Democrat. So I would offer that to you, Chair. Make that change.
So I'm hearing correctly, Commissioner Sadwani, you want to step down from the Materials Development Subcommittee, and hang on, Commissioner Kennedy, you have a question or comment?
I had a comment, and that has flown my mind, but this is the first time I'm hearing of this. I'm very interested. I was waving my hand when this committee was first established, but I don't think Chairman Lamont was able to see me on his screen at the time. So I'm definitely interested in this.
So right now, if I'm hearing correctly, we have Commissioner Sinai and Commissioner Kennedy that are interested in taking up this position, this space. Is that correct? And how do we propose we have them fight it out?
I'm good stepping back. I've got plenty to do.
Any other commissioner interested in this subcommittee? Commissioner Lamont?
I'm not interested in the subcommittee, but I will say, first of all, I'm sorry, Commissioner Kennedy. And as my former vice chair, Chair Taylor, I think you can right this wrong by making Commissioner Kennedy a member of this committee. That's what I wanted to say.
Commissioner Yee, they're trying to bring out deference and go ahead.
That's fine. I mean, I would be interested, but I don't want to complicate matters. If there are specific tasks, for instance, the PowerPoint presentation or whatever, would love to get input. So if the subcommittee could just receive those kinds of suggestions, if there's a way to do that, that would be great.
Commissioner Fernandez?
No, I was just kind of excited. You guys are kind of fighting over to be my partner, which is really nice. Sorry, I just had to put some levity into the conversation. But
She's a wonderful partner.
I do want to say that I just have really appreciated working with Commissioner Sadwani. She's given some great advice, great input. So it does sadden me to see her leave, but I completely understand because I've felt overwhelmed for a while too. So thank you.
Yes, no, and certainly I've definitely loved the work thus far. I just feel like I have too much on my plate.
And last word, Commissioner Kennedy.
I did remember my question that I was going to start with, and that is, will we be receiving a copy, a draft script before tomorrow's discussion, or what's the status of the draft script to go with the PowerPoint? Thank you.
Commissioner Fernandez.
So this, we thought about finalizing the script, but really felt that we should go through the presentation first, because obviously once we make changes to the presentation, then we can go back and finalize the script. That was our thinking.
Thank you. So aside from Commissioner Fernandez and I being of the same party, which would have caused another battle, I will gladly appoint Commissioner Kennedy to the materials subcommittee. Did you guys hear me? Great. All right. So on to agenda agenda item number 9I, data management, Commissioners Ahmad and Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair Taylor. We're on for agenda item 16 and would love to cover that at the top of the day.
Correct. We'll be, you guys will be directly after the language access conversation. And now on to agenda item number 9K, Community of Interest, Commissioners Akutagawa and Commissioners Kennedy.
I'm going to defer to Commissioner Kennedy on this. I think he's most up to date right now.
Thank you, Commissioner Akutagawa. The main news from us is that we do have confirmation from the statewide database that the Communities of Interest tool will be active with the 2020 census geography enabled as of the 8th of February. Commissioner Fernandez and I will be working on some materials to promote the launch of the Communities of Interest tool, but that's the main news from the Communities of Interest tool subcommittee. I don't know if Commissioner Akutagawa wants to add anything else to that.
Yeah, thank you very much. We're excited that when we will be able to officially launch it. We just want to make sure that all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted on that Communities of Interest tool, and so we're just really looking forward to its rollout.
Yeah, I see Director Ceja has his hand raised, and he's probably or hopefully going to answer my question, which is, where do we stand with the URL drawmycommunity.ca.gov?
Thank you. So I'll respond to that first. That is on hold along with our website. We're just trying to figure out how to secure the web addresses. But as soon as our web address is transferable, then we can create a subdomain for drawmycommunity.ca.gov. The other question that I had for your committee is the statewide database had mentioned that they were going to provide instructional collateral material for how to use the COI. I was wondering if that's already done. And I know that they were going to do it in multiple languages, which is amazing.
My understanding on that is that they are working on it. I do believe that they are going to start with Spanish, the Spanish translation first, but I think slowly but surely they're going to be rolling out all of the other languages as well too.
I just asked because we definitely want to utilize that information for our trainings, our PowerPoints.
Any other questions or comments regarding the COI tool? Thank you very much. Now on to item 9L, cybersecurity, Commissioners Fornashari and Taylor.
Well, other than, expanding the responsibility for the committee, I don't have anything to report out.
I agree. Just that expanded, so that will also be mindful or be responsible for physical security as well as cybersecurity. Thank you. And lastly, for our subcommittee report outs, 9M, lessons learned, Commissioner Ahmad and Commissioners Kennedy.
Commissioner Ahmad, do you have anything at this point? I'll just say that I think our discussion earlier today regarding educational events is something that we will need to discuss at length when we get to lessons learned at some point next year, and that we should be thinking of what legislative proposals or regulatory proposals we might want to make. So I've added that to my list and just want to continue to encourage colleagues to share their thoughts with us so that we can keep our list growing for next year's lessons learned exercise. Thank you.
Commissioner Lamont.
I was just going to say, Commissioner Kennedy, in line with what you just said, could you guys make sure to put grants on there as well? Thanks.
Commissioner Anderson.
And also to add to the list, if it isn't already, our information, how we did our decision process in relocating the prison population.
Any other questions or comments for the Lessons Learned Subcommittee? Thank you. Hearing none, I believe that concludes our subcommittee report out. So, looking at our agenda, tomorrow morning we will begin with agenda item 15, outreach plan and materials. We also can include in that a potential vote on the outreach plan. We have at 10 o'clock our language access recommendations, and that will be followed with the discussion on data management. Does that seems to follow, correct? Yes. So we have a few times left before we have to conclude at 5 o'clock and take public comment. So in this space right now, we can discuss future meeting dates and agenda. I know that Commissioner Anderson wanted to speak to that specifically. So you have the floor, Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you very much. If I could ask everyone to get their calendars up, because the line drawing, I'll give you a bit of background on why as we're getting our calendars. The line drawing committee, as I mentioned, we have a few dates issues. We would like to make a few modifications in some of our scheduled meetings. And the reason is when council brought up the fact that there are rules that apply to us as the commission, then there are also rules that apply in other portions of our state rules and regulations. That caught us in the state contract. And we had specifically said, okay, I believe March 1st was when we'll be able to have a signed contract with the line drawer. Well, that did not allow 5 business days for in case of the allowing for a protest, to file a protest. We had 5 calendar days, which did not work. So we have switched things. And if we could look at the last week in February, I believe I had it down as we were meeting on the 24th, 25th. I was talking to Commissioner Sarmani, and she said, well, no, she thought it was through the 26th. If it is not through the 26th, we would like to propose that it is indeed go through the 26th. Because we need on the 24th and 25th to be basically doing the presentations for the line drawer and voting. So if it's, I'd like to propose that it doesn't need to extend to the 26th, if you don't have it already. Then in March, we had down a day essentially for line drawing training, or essentially a little mini workshop on what they do, reacquaint ourselves on March 3rd. The protest date, and we can actually sign a contract, assuming there is no protest, would be March 5th. Therefore, we propose to eliminate the March 3rd meeting, but extend the March 7-8 scheduled meeting to March 7, 8, the March 8, 9 meeting to March 8, 9, 10. And the idea being we can put a introduction or workshop on the 10th. So any further discussion on that?
Commissioner Turner, go ahead.
I was just trying to look quickly at follow her, but also look to see if there were some other options we have so that we're not moving back into 3-day meetings where we don't have to. I appreciated Commissioner Fornishari's comment and Commissioner Vasquez. And so I want to know if there are other options.
Commissioner Vasquez and Commissioner Sadwani.
So this could, in thinking out of the box and in thinking about other volunteer commissions, and really in thinking about moving us considering making our meetings more accessible to the larger community, have we considered a weekend day meeting and or an evening one that starts at noon and goes later?
Or even one that starts after 5.
Because I know, at least for me, part of it is that I'm losing whole business days. And it makes it, I can't schedule my business work on the weekend. So I'm losing business hours, whereas I'm much more flexible in the evening, and can do serial meetings in the evenings because that's not time that is spoken by other professional obligations. And that's how school board meetings and many city councils and things often work, because that's also when folks in the public can view meetings.
Commissioner Anderson, you had your hand up?
Yes, since I sort of brought up these changes, first of all, is the 24, 25, 26 was, I'm sorry, I'm looking down, 24, 25, 26 of February. Was that already on our schedule? I'm getting a lot of nods. Okay. Then it's really ditching the 3rd, March 3rd, scratching that, and adding another day at some point. That does not necessarily have to be the 8, 9, 10. I just thought for purposes of keeping it together, I don't know at this point, we should add in a date at some point to also introduce the line drawer and maybe do like a bit of a presentation that when that could be, I don't quite know if we want to, I'm open to other ideas on that.
Commissioner Sadwani, then Commissioner Kutagawa.
So a couple of things. For the February 24th through 26th, we really need those dates, largely because the RFIs and RFPs have already gone out and are public with those dates as the days in which we are going to be selecting and finalizing line drawer, VRA, and outside litigation. So we have a lot to do those days. I hear everyone. I too am kind of feeling the burn, not that burn, the other burn. Commissioner Vasquez, I'm totally amenable to discussing other options. For me personally, I actually rearranged my schedule because I assumed they were days. So I'm actually now teaching nights, which makes for very long days when we have commission meetings. But certainly want to look at nights and weekends. I'm open to that, but I'm also wondering, given the delay in the census, and as I'm looking at Twitter, everyone's kind of talking about it and really not expecting now census data until at least the end of July, if not even later. Idea here, but have so many business now, moving towards being quite well staffed up. I'm wondering, after we finalize the hires for these attorneys and line drawers, if we might want to take a slight hiatus, at least of a couple of weeks in March, to allow ourselves a little bit of a break, and also to allow the new folks that we're bringing on to kind of get up to speed and prepare, properly prepared to give us a workshop and to conduct additional VRA training for us and such, right? So that we can pick back up, at the end of March or early April, and go full speed ahead. It sounds like throughout March, we're still going to be having a lot of educational meetings that we're all going to be doing and other kinds of outreach. Might it make sense to hold off on some of these all-day business meetings, if possible?
Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Lamont.
I'm flexible. I concur with Commissioner Vasquez. The 3-day meetings, the 3-day business meetings are definitely a challenge. So I'll start with that point. If we can avoid those 3 days back to back, it is very challenging for those of us that have other obligations during the day. I'm making it work as best as possible, but when we go and add that third day, like when she said that, when Commissioner Anderson was suggesting adding the 9th, I was like, oh my goodness, really? Another 3 day? That's the whole week. And it's usually Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Friday tends to be a slower day. So you end up with one day that week. And not that that's the commission's problem. So I don't want to make it. And I bore the burden of that personally, because I understand, this is demanding, et cetera. I think, but with that in mind, I certainly am open to there being more of a mix, even if there are some, day meetings and some evening meetings. I think we have to think it through. And then to Commissioner Sadwani's point, that does not count the presentations and these other external things that we also are doing. I know I have a little bit of a challenge with even some of the zone meetings, as Commissioner Kennedy, as his partner, he certainly understands some of my scheduling challenges, because on that day that I'm not here, those end up being the days that those are scheduled, becomes very difficult because I got all this backed up, stacked up work that I got to try to get done. So I'm just sharing sort of my reality. And so as we move forward, we're taking into consideration each other's realities to whatever we end up shaking out with. So I'll still say that I'm prepared to be flexible, but I think a little variation. And if that includes the weekend, that's fine too. I would hope that suddenly it wouldn't be like now every weekend there's a meeting. So I think we gotta kind of temper it. So that's the feedback I'd like to share on that point.
Commissioner Kudogawa.
Yeah, I was debating whether or not I would just pile on this, but I think I will, just so that we get a pulse of what's happening. I want to also affirm what Commissioner Vasquez says. I also hear what Commissioner Sadwani is saying too, and in alignment with what Commissioner Lamont just also said too. I would appreciate maybe an occasional weekend meeting, just so that I'm not trying to stuff in back-to-back meetings, and on those days when we're off, on the off days that we don't have the commission meetings, the remaining 2 days, I'm going from like literally 7 a.m. to like 6 p.m. back to back, because that's the only time I have time to, place calls. And I'm sure that others who are working probably know that. I would also like the idea of maybe, like we do a day meeting here, shift and maybe start in the afternoon and go into kind of like, the early to mid evening, just so that we can mix it up for some people, throw a Saturday in here or there, just so that we're kind of making it so that they're there are times when we're not trying to multitask too much, even though we're trying to stay focused as best as we can. I think, sometimes we have to leave meetings and, not being able to fully participate, I think something that I would probably suspect that we're all feeling for those of us who have to leave occasionally for other commitments, work, day job related commitments. And so I don't know what that's going to look like, but I also want to touch on what Commissioner Sadwani said about maybe taking maybe a couple weeks break in March, only because, that might also alleviate some of if we have to add that third day to that March timeframe, or, does that training absolutely need to happen in March? Because if there's an extension, maybe we could do that line drawing training like in early April or something like that, just so that we're not adding the third day onto that March meeting. I just want to throw out that, can we look at some other alternatives there too?
Thank you. So my understanding and what I'm hearing right now is the February calendar will remain as is. Is that correct? No changes to the February. So what I would ask of Commissioner Anderson is perhaps tomorrow we could look at maybe what might possibly be an alternative day or time, and we can propose it tomorrow, and we can conclude the meeting tomorrow with this discussion on calendar. Is that acceptable?
Yes, yes, I'll sort of have a look, and I might, the idea that if we do 2 weeks, what could that training maybe look like? It might be a little more involved rather than just having separate. We might do a couple of half days with a bit of a mix.
Sure, just explore that whole calendar and the days and times. Commissioner Lamont and Commissioner Sinai.
I was going to suggest that since we did bring up the time variation, that maybe we could try that, not change the days in February, like leave the dates alone, but maybe one of those weeks try the different schedule. Since we brought it up, I mean, that might be an opportunity to try. I know that, in the case of Commissioner Sadwani with her evening teaching, that might not work. I'm not sure, but that might be, I know at C-suite meeting for myself, when they saw the February schedule, they just said, whoa. Like literally, because it's like 3 weeks, it's a short month. They said, well, it's a short month and it's 3 days for 3 weeks. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So,
Commissioner, thank you. Commissioner Sinai?
I just wanted to confirm, March 3rd, we no longer need it, so we can take it off the calendar? Okay.
Yes, that I am going to confirm that. Pull that date. There's no reason to have that or the reason why we had it on there.
Commissioner Kutagawa?
Can I just ask, maybe for the training, is that something that we can hold on a Saturday? Because it just seems like that one might be something good to have on a weekend when we could all be fully present and paying attention, versus doing it during the week where, as much as we can, I think we do try to make sure that we're here for the entire time, but I would like to be fully present for training. So maybe that could be done on a weekend.
It's a great suggestion. Again, I challenge, so we'll revisit this conversation tomorrow. I challenge us all to look at the calendar and be creative, come up with times that work best with our schedule. That will also help the community also engage with us. And a day when I don't have to wear a tie, it's fine. Any other comments or suggestions from commissioners regarding scheduling? So then we're going to move to general public comments. Katie, if you can invite the public in, I'd appreciate.
In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted to enter the meeting ID number that is provided on the live stream feed, it is 976-7934-92222 for this week's meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you'll be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press star 9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear an automatic message that says the host would like you to talk and to press star 6 to speak. If you would like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and again, please turn down the live stream volume. The Commission is taking general public comment at this time. And we do have one caller, and I will say hello.
Thank you.
If you would like to, please state and share your name for the court reporter, but you do not have to.
Hi, this is Lori Schellenberger, redistricting consultant for Common Cause. And I just wondered if you could read off your upcoming meeting dates, because I'm still a little uncertain now as to what the dates are. Or if you could, I know I've asked this before, they haven't been posted on the website, but if it's possible to do that, or if I'm missing it, can you point me to where those are? But if you could just clarify those meeting dates that you have landed on, and hopefully for the public, just post those for the future, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a commissioner that has the February meeting dates handy, or the meeting dates we have scheduled out? Commissioner Sinai, can you read out those dates for me, please? I'd appreciate it.
Sure. For February right now, we have February 8th through 9th, February 16th through 17th, and February 24th through 26th.
Commissioner Anderson?
I just want to notice, I think that's why Commissioner Yee probably had his hand up. The legal committee is also meeting, excuse me, on the 10th and the 18th.
Wait.
So those are open for the public. It's just not the full commission.
Can you repeat that for me one more time, the Legal Affairs Committee?
So just in total, starting at the beginning of February, the full meetings are the 8th and 9th. The legal subcommittee or legal
Affairs Committee.
Legal Affairs Committee is on the 10th. The full commission is on the 16-17. Legal Affairs on the 18th. Actually on the 22nd, the morning of the 22nd, there will be a line drawing subcommittee public meeting of just opening proposals. That will be maybe an hour. That will be public. I was going to bring that up tomorrow. And then, but the full commission is the 24th through the 26th of February.
Commissioner Lamont?
Since we left this open and we're going to be discussing it again tomorrow, wouldn't it probably be a good idea for us to respond to the caller's question tomorrow when we have something more definitive? Because that's as it sits today, and it may look very different tomorrow. And then we also make a commitment to post.
I agree. So as it sits today, that's what we have scheduled. It'll be confirmed tomorrow, and we will post accordingly. So thank you. Katie, do we have any additional callers in the queue?
We do not, Chair.
All right. I think, ladies and gentlemen, that day 2 is concluded. I will see everyone bright and early, 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you. Have a good